In today's video, I wanted to begin my journey through the main storyline featured in Assassin's Creed. Growing up, AC didn't really land on my radar until about Revelations' release. I had occasionally heard my friends talk about Brotherhood and AC2, but it's not something that I got into until, say, 2012. However, as soon as I started playing Assassin's Creed 1, I was hooked. I beat it pretty quickly, and soon after, I had played every single game, including the newly released Assassin's Creed 3. Honestly, Ubisoft captured lightning in a bottle with AC's earlier titles. The unique gameplay mechanics and features, the overarching storyline, the characters. To me, with my nostalgia goggles strapped on tight, these titles were up there at the top during the renaissance of gaming. Assassin's Creed titles used to dominate at release, they were all the rage at conventions, and for those who remember, AC Online was one of the most fun and unique parts of the whole experience. Now, as time's gone on, the premises and gameplay features of the later games have changed quite a lot. They steered away from the original Assassin's Creed formula and have paved a path of their own. I haven't played a newer title since Black Flag, so I can't really comment on the later installments. However, with the amount of fun and awe I used to have going through these games, I figured it'd be a really good time to get to experience them again. So, as per usual, I'm going to play through the main story, listen to the dialogue, discuss my experiences, and talk a bit about the game overall as well as its features. Now, to get this out there right away, Assassin's Creed 1 doesn't have subtitles of any kind, so unfortunately we're all going to have to lean in and really pay attention to the dialogue. However, I'll try my best to make it as clear sounding as possible. The game's beginning is fairly abrupt and overstimulating. I take control of a character, but something isn't quite right. I can see visual representations of data, there are NPCs without any features, there are flashing lights, and I'm confined to certain spaces. This is artificial, well, obviously, but you know what I mean. In the background, I can hear two people speaking, a man and a woman. The woman sounds panicked. She mentions that there's a problem and that I'm rejecting some kind of treatment. Meanwhile, the man is persistent. He's saying to relax and focus on my current objective. He tells me that everything I'm seeing isn't real and that it's a projection of the past. Unfortunately, the pep talk doesn't seem to work, and the woman says that my vitals are getting worse. Images appear on my screen, lights continue to flash, the people around me are screaming, and the man and woman are going back and forth on what to do, until finally, I wake up.
You okay?
I told you he'd be fine.
You bastards!
Now, I just saved your life.
Saved my life? You kidnapped me. You strapped me into that thing.
Animus. It's an animus.
I don't even know you people. Why are you doing this to me?
You have information we need, Mr. Miles.
Information? I'm a bartender, for Christ's sakes. What do you want me to do? Teach you how to mix a martini?
We know who you are, what you are.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't play coy with me. There isn't time. You're an assassin. And whether you realize it or not, you've got something that my employers want. Locked away in that head of yours.
But I'm not an assassin. Not anymore.
Yes, your file indicated as much. Something about an escape. Most fortunate for us.
What do you want from me?
For you to do as you're told. The Animus will allow us to locate what we need. Once we have it, you'll be free to go.
I am not going back in there.
Then we'll induce a coma and continue our work. When we're done, you'll be left to die. Truth be told, the only reason you're still conscious is because this approach saves us time.
You're insane.
So what is it, Mr. Miles? Live or die?
There's a lot to unpack there. As the game goes on, more of the finer details surrounding the plot will come to light. For now though, I'm playing as someone named Desmond. He's apparently a former assassin, whatever that means. These people, the scientists, have taken me against my will and are putting me into something called an Animus. This machine can sift through my memories, but more specifically, the memories of my ancestors.
A wise decision.
Whoa. Where am I?
You're inside the Animus.
Which is...
It's a projector that renders genetic memories in 3 dimensions.
Genetic memory.
Seems you'll need a bit of a tutorial. Very well. We'll start simple. What is a memory, Mr. Miles?
It's the recollection of a past event.
Specific to the individual remembering the event.
Yeah, sure.
What if I told you that the human body not only housed an individual's memory, but the memories of his ancestors as well? Genetic memory, if you will. Migration, hibernation, reproduction. How do animals know when and where to go? What to do?
That's just animal instinct.
Now you're arguing semantics, Mr. Miles. Whatever you call it, the fact remains. These creatures hold knowledge absent the requisite first-hand experience. I've spent the past 30 years trying to understand why. I discovered something most fascinating. Our DNA functions as an archive. It contains not only genetic instructions passed down from previous generations, but memories as well. The memories of our ancestors.
And the Animus lets you decode and read these DNA files.
Precisely.
But there's a problem. This is the specific memory we're trying to access. Unfortunately, when we try and open the memory, your mind withdraws. You lack the confidence to step into your ancestor's body. That's what happened earlier. You got knocked out of the target memory and pushed back to a more stable state.
Why?
It's your subconscious. It's resisting. We've found similar reactions among patients who undergo hypnosis to relive traumatic events. They can't jump directly into the specific memory. They need to be eased in. Even then, there can be problems.
So how do we fix it?
We find a memory you can synchronize with, and we move forward from there. You'll get used to it. This is the closest we can get, so it's where we'll have to start. I'm uploading the tutorial program now.
It's kind of funny. Assassin's Creed has a few tutorial sections, and more or less, they teach you the same sort of things. So for this one, I'll just keep it short. A voice coming from the Animus puts me through the absolute basics. It shows me my health bar, or as it's coined, the synchronization bar. This lowers from combat damage, fall damage, and by harming innocent people. I then get to play around with different profiles, low and high. A low profile is pretty straightforward. I'm trying to stay incognito. I run through a first-person view, meant for honing in on specifics. Following that, I learn how to wade through a crowd and blend in with the masses. These are skills that are imperative for remaining undetected. As for the high-profile controls, these are what kick off the game's action. Sprinting, attacking, tackling, assassinations, etc. The Animus also goes over the social status feature, or detection as a whole. If the icon in the upper corner is red, I have to be on my best behavior, aka keep a low profile. Anything else, more or less, I can perform high-profile actions. Under most circumstances, these would mostly be running, climbing, and parkouring. The Animus then goes over the various ways I can go from being detected back to incognito, something that's vital for an assassin. As of right now, it feels a little strange to receive all of this training, and yet there's no rhyme or reason for it. However, this is most of Assassin's Creed's gameplay. Once everything kicks off and there's a flow between both states, it'll create one of the most fun gameplay environments out there. Once the basic tutorial is all over, I get thrown into one of Desmond's ancestors' memories.
This one need not die.
An excellent skill. Fortune favors your blade.
Not fortune, skill. Watch a while longer and you might learn something.
Indeed. He'll teach you how to disregard everything the Masters taught us.
And how would you have done it?
I would not have drawn attention to us. I would not have taken the life of an innocent. What I would have done is follow the creed.
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Understand these words. It matters not how we complete our task, only that it's done.
But this is not the way
My way is better.
I will scout ahead. Try not to dishonor us further.
What is our mission? My brother would say nothing to me, only that I should be honored to have been invited.
The Master believes the Templars have found something beneath the Temple Mount.
Treasure?
I do not know. All that matters is the Master considers it important, else he would not have asked me to retrieve it.
Getting tossed right into the action, things feel a little disorienting at first. I'm in the middle of a mission. I'm with two unnamed NPCs who are my allies, and I'm in an unknown location. Really, this acts as a practical trial run for how most missions would feel, minus the allies. Furthermore, it's the setup for this game's story.
There! That must be the Ark.
The Ark of the Covenant?
Don't be silly. There's no such thing. It's just a story.
Then what is it?
Quiet! Someone's coming.
I want us through this gate before sunrise. The sooner we possess it, the sooner we can turn our attention to those jackals at Masyaf.
Roberto de Sablé. His life is mine.
No. We were asked to retrieve the treasure and deal with Robert only if necessary.
He stands between us and it. I'd say it's necessary.
Discretion, Altaïr!
You mean cowardice. That man is our greatest enemy, and here we have a chance to be rid of him.
You have already broken 2 tenets of our creed. Now you would break the 3rd. Do not compromise the Brotherhood.
I am your superior, in both title and ability. You should know better than to question me.
Now we have a name for my assassin, Altaïr. Just below the trio, there's a group of soldiers standing in one of the chamber's corners. After using an ability called Eagle Vision, I can see that one of them is the big boss. This is Roberto de Sablé. He's not the reason that the 3 of us came here, but he sure seems to take precedence in Altaïr's mind.
Hold, Templars! You are not the only ones with business here.
Well, this explains my missing man. And what is it you want?
The game sets me up for a simple assassination attempt. In fact, it's too easy and so forced to where you know it probably won't work.
Blood.
You know not the things in which you meddle, assassin. I spare you only that you may return to your master and deliver a message. The Holy Land is lost to him and his. He should flee now while he has the chance. Stay, and all of you will die. Men, to arms! Kill the assassins!
Well, that didn't go as planned. What's more, my companions are probably dead. From here, the only thing I can do is try to find my way back around. However, after ascending to the top of the temple, I'm only met with an exit, and therefore, Altaïr is forced to flee. Not only was I unsuccessful in securing the mark, likely something to do with the Ark of the Covenant, but I also doomed my companions. From here, the Animus is able to fast forward through Altaïr's memories and transport me to another location.
Altaïr, you've returned!
Raouf.
It is good to see you unharmed. I trust your mission was a success.
Is the Master in his tower?
Yes, buried in his books as always. No doubt he expects you.
My thanks, brother.
Safety and peace, Altaïr.
On you as well.
At least in the first few Assassin's Creed games, there are a lot of religious undertones and overtones, as you could probably tell. The Templars, a Catholic military order, and the Ark of the Covenant are just the tip of the iceberg. Right now, I'm in a small village called Masyaf. While it's not explicitly stated just yet, this is essentially home base. Here, the streets are patrolled and watched over by like-minded people, other members who belong to the Assassin Order.
Ah, he returns at last.
Abbas.
Where are the others? Did you ride ahead hoping to be the first one back? I know you are loath to share the glory. Silence is just another form of assent.
Have you nothing better to do?
I bring word from the Master. He waits for you in the library. Best hurry. No doubt you're eager to put your tongue to his boot.
Another word and I'll put my blade to your throat.
There'll be plenty of time for that later, brother.
As we've already seen, just because someone's a member of the same faction, that doesn't necessarily make them Altaïr's friend. In fact, Altaïr seems to be an odd one out most of the time. Heading up into Masyaf's fortress, I end up meeting with the master of the Assassin's Order, Al-Mualim.
Altaïr,
Master.
come forward. Tell me of your mission. I trust you have recovered the Templar's treasure.
There was some trouble, Master. Roberto de Sablé was not alone.
When does our work ever go as expected? It's our ability to adapt that makes us who we are.
This time it was not enough.
What do you mean?
I have failed you.
The treasure?
Lost to us.
And Robert?
Escaped.
I send you my best man to complete a mission more important than any that has come before. And you return to me with nothing but apologies and excuses.
I did.
Do not speak! Not another word! This is not what I expected. We'll need to mount another force.
I swear to you I'll find him. I'll go in.
No! You'll do nothing. You've done enough. Where are Melik and Kadar?
Dead.
No! Not dead.
Melik?
I still live at least.
And your brother?
Gone. Because of you!
Robert threw me from the room. There was no way back. Nothing I could do.
Because you would not heed my warning! All of this could have been avoided! And my brother would still be alive! Your arrogance nearly cost us victory today.
Nearly?
I've what your favorite failed to find. Here, take it. Though it seems I've returned with more than just their treasure.
Master, we are under attack. Roberto de Sablé lays siege to Masyaf's village.
So he seeks a battle. Very well. I'll not deny him. Go. Inform the others. The fortress must be prepared. As for you, Altaïr, our discussion will have to wait. You must make for the village. Destroy these invaders. Drive them from our home.
It will be done.
Well, Malik was at least able to get the job done, but at the cost of his own brother. This won't do well for Altaïr's reputation. Either way, it seems as though the Templars have followed Malik back to Masyaf and are wreaking havoc. Soldiers and civilians are injured or dead out in the streets.
Altaïr, it's good you've come. We need your help.
What's happened?
Templars. They attacked the village. Most of our people were able to get away. Most, but not all.
What do you need me to do?
Distract the Templars. Keep them occupied while I rescue those still trapped inside.
As you wish.
Running back down to the village, the game gives me a quick combat tutorial. Honestly, I've always enjoyed the fighting in Assassin's Creed, and as the games go on, it only gets better and better. As of right now, I have access to 4 different weapon types. The longsword is best used for face-to-face combat, as its reach and power are unmatched. Then, I have access to a short sword and some throwing knives. The short sword can let off quicker attacks, but its range and power are not as good as the longswords. The throwing knives are fairly overpowered and act as Altaïr's ranged attacks. In most cases, they can one-shot an enemy. I only have a finite amount though, so for the time being, it's best to use them sparingly. The third weapon type, as technically the previous 2 are combined, are my fists. These are mostly used for specific circumstances, like interrogations, a feature we'll come across later. Then lastly, there's the iconic Hidden Blade, an item that's practically synonymous with Assassin's Creed. It's essentially a gauntlet that has a retractable knife. This is mostly how assassinations are carried out. In the first AC game, it's purely used for silent and unexpected takedowns. Either way, this small crawl through the village teaches me the basics of combat. As soon as I've reached the end of Masyaf, the assassins get called back to the fortress, and the Animus fast forwards Desmond's memories.
Come. Al-Mualim's not done with us yet.
Where are we going?
Up there. We've a surprise planned for our guests. Just do as I do. It should become clear soon enough.
Even though it felt like I had single-handedly pushed back the Templars, it clearly wasn't enough. Roberto de Sablé and his army have made it up to the fortress, and as of right now, things are not looking good for Masyaf. Robert wants whatever Malik took from the temple, and he won't stop until he gets it. Making it to the top of the fortress, not only am I greeted with a pretty view, but also a plan from the assassins.
Heretic! Return what you have stolen from me!
You've no claim to it, Robert. Take yourself from here before I'm forced to thin your ranks further.
You play a dangerous game!
I assure you, this is no game.
So be it! Bring forth the hostage! Your village lays in ruins, and your stores are hardly endless. How long before your fortress crumbles from within? How disciplined will your men remain when the wells run dry and their food is gone?
My men do not fear death, Robert. They welcome it, and the rewards it brings.
Good! Then they shall have it all around!
Follow me, and do so without hesitation.
Show this fool knight what it is to have no fear. Go to God!
This clever trickery disguised as braveness is the leap of faith, again something that's become synonymous with Assassin's Creed. Trusting the process, Altaïr takes a dive to the ground below.
Oh, my leg! Oh, my leg! Quiet, or the Templars will hear us. I'll stay behind and tend to him. You'll have to go ahead without us. The ropes there will bring you to a trap we've set. Go and release it. Rain death upon our enemies.
What happened to that guy is the reality of what would happen to any of us if we actually tried that. From here, I'm tasked with navigating my way across the canyon. This seems easy, and it is. The only thing though is that sometimes the parkour system in AC can be incredibly finicky. There's not much safety when it comes to button combinations in this game. What I mean by that is that with the slightest change of the analog's angle, instead of having Altaïr scale a castle wall, I'll have instead flung him into the canyon below. While frustrating at times, it definitely adds to the game's charm. Finally, reaching the top of the tower, I activated the trap and saved Masyaf from further war.
Fall back, men! Fall back!
To a more recent one.
You did well to drive Robert from here. His force is broken. It shall be a long while before he troubles us again. Tell me, do you know why it is you are successful? You listened. Were it that you'd listened in Solomon's temple, Altaïr, all of this would have been avoided.
I did as I was asked.
No, you did as you pleased. Malik has told me of the arrogance you displayed, your disregard for our ways.
What are you doing?
There are rules. We are nothing if we do not abide by the Assassin's Creed. 3 simple tenets, which you seem to forget. I will remind you. First and foremost, stay your blade.
From the flesh of an innocent. I know.
And stay your tongue, unless I give you leave to use it. If you are so familiar with this tenet, then why did you kill the old man inside the temple? He was innocent. He did not need to die. Your insolence knows no bounds. Make humble your heart, child, or I swear I'll tear it from you with my own hands. The second tenet is that which gives us strength. Hide in plain sight. Let the people mask you such that you become one with the crowd. Do you remember? Because as I hear it, you chose to expose yourself, drawing attention before you'd struck. The third and final tenet, the worst of all your betrayals. Never compromise the Brotherhood. Its meaning should be obvious. Your actions must never bring harm upon us, direct or indirect. Yet your selfish act beneath Jerusalem placed us all in danger. Worse still, you brought the enemy to our home. Every man we've lost today was lost because of you. I am sorry. Truly I am. But I cannot abide a traitor.
I am not a traitor.
Your actions indicate otherwise. And so you leave me no choice. Peace be upon you, Altaïr.
He's experiencing a far better adoption rate than the other subjects.
I'm still pulling him out. He's been in there way too long.
No, not yet. We're still so far from where we need to be.
We shouldn't risk it.
What's another hour or two?
Why don't we discuss this in the conference room? Give Desmond a minute to stretch his legs.
I really don't see the need.
Warren, please.
Fine.
That certainly looked like it was the end of Altaïr, publicly scolded and murdered in front of his peers. Not the best way to go. In any case, now's the time to get Desmond acquainted with the office and lab space. Just in the other room over, I can hear the two of them bickering, but I can't quite make out the specifics. While the lab is pretty spacious, there aren't that many points of interest, at least in this room. There's of course the Animus, but alone I can't do much with it. There's also a computer on Warren's desk, but I don't have the login credentials. The rest of the lab is relatively barren. However, the connecting room ends up being Desmond's quarters. It feels like a slightly more upscale prison cell. I have the basics and necessities, but it's nothing special. In the bathroom, I can hear Lucy and Warren's conversation a little clearer. Stepping up to the vent, Desmond can eavesdrop on their argument. Really, it's exactly what you'd expect. Lucy is telling the doctor to take it slow, as rushing Desmond through the Animus might kill him. Meanwhile, the doc is frustrated at my lack of progress and insists that we just try harder. He threatens Miss Stillman, saying that she could end up like Linda, whoever that is. He then tasks her with prolonging Desmond's sessions in the Animus. All of a sudden, the argument stops, and that's my cue to meet them back in the lab. As the two exit the other room, Warren tells me that we're done for the day. Surely he had to bite his tongue for that one. From there, the doc leaves, Lucy takes her exit, and all I can do is retire to my quarters. Stepping on in, Abstergo, the agency who's running this whole thing, ends up locking the door behind me, essentially making Desmond a prisoner.
Gotta say, that's a little creepy, Doc. Waking up to you standing over me. You been watching me sleep?
We're always watching you. Now get up. We've got a lot of work to do.
Ooh, wonder who I get to kill today.
Don't be so cavalier. Your ancestors almost had the right idea, Mr. Miles. If the deaths of a few people, evil people, no less, could save the lives of thousands more, well, it seems a small sacrifice.
What do you mean, almost?
They didn't go far enough. To use a rather tired analogy, corruption is no different than cancer. Cut out the tumors, but fail to treat the source and, well, you're buying time at best. There's no true change to be had without comprehensive, systemic intervention.
Chemo for the masses.
Education, re-education, to be more precise. But it's not easy, and it doesn't always take.
Let me guess. You've got a better solution. What is it then?
Now that would be telling.
Gearing up for round 2, or is it 3, in the Animus, Desmond lies down on the table and gets sent back into Altaïr's memories.
I am alive. But I saw you stab me. Felt death's embrace.
You saw what I wanted you to see, and then you slept the sleep of the dead, of the womb, that you might awake and be reborn.
To what end?
Do you remember, Altaïr, what it is the assassin fight for?
Peace, in all things.
Yes, in all things. It is not enough to end the violence one man commits upon another. It refers to peace within as well. You cannot have one without the other.
So it is said.
So it is! But you, my son, have not found inner peace. It manifests in ugly ways. You are arrogant and overconfident.
Were you not the one to say that nothing is true and everything is permitted?
You do not understand the true meaning of the phrase, my child. It does not grant you the freedom to do as you wish. It is a knowledge meant to guide your senses. It expects a wisdom you clearly lack.
Then what is to become of me?
I should kill you for the pain you've brought upon us. Malik thinks it only fair. Your life in exchange for his brother's. But this would be a waste of my time and your talents. You'll see you have been stripped of your possessions. Your rank as well. You are a novice. A child once more. As you were on the day you first joined our order. I am offering you a chance at redemption. You'll earn your way back into the Brotherhood.
I assume you've something planned.
First, you must prove to me you remember how to be an assassin.
So you'd have me take a life?
No. Not yet, at least. For now, you're to become a student once again.
There is no need for this.
Others tracked your targets for you, but no more. From today on, you will track them yourself.
If this is what you wish.
It is.
Then tell me what it is that I must do.
We have been betrayed. Someone was assisting Roberto de Sablé, one of our own. You must find him and bring him here for questioning.
What can you tell me of the traitor?
Ah, but that's just it. I've given you all I will. The rest is up to you.
As Al-Mualim sends me away, I can see that I've been stripped of all my gear, ranks, and abilities. Altaïr has been set back to a novice assassin. This is the game's clever way of having the player develop their skills alongside Altaïr. This way I don't have uncut access to all of my character's powerful and useful abilities.
Safety and peace, Altaïr.
You're in my way.
Yes, Al-Mualim has asked that I assist you. Remind you how it is we hunt our prey.
I know how it works.
Be that as it may, I have no desire to disobey.
Then be quick.
The Assassin have many tools at their disposal.
Yes. We can eavesdrop, we can pickpocket, or we can use violence to intimidate.
Good, you remember.
So you'd have me walk amongst the others and learn what I can about the traitor?
Yes. Begin by going to the village market. That's where we first spotted the traitor.
You know who it is?
Perhaps.
Then give me a name and let's be done with it.
That's not the way it works. Now go. And remember, begin your search in the village market.
Here comes the first official mission for Assassin's Creed. Obviously, this is still part of the game's tutorial, and therefore won't be that difficult. However, it does run me through what most of my future quests and hunts will be like. The village of Masyaf is much smaller than most of the other cities I'll be visiting though, but it's a great playground to start off in. There are civilians to blend in with, guards to avoid, buildings to climb, and leads to follow. The very first clue leads me to my first investigatory skill, eavesdropping. By sitting on a nearby bench, I can hone in and listen to specific NPCs.
I know what I saw. Musun opened the gate. He let the Templars in.
Then you must tell Al-Mualim.
I can't. Musun did not act alone. Someone inside the fortress helped him.
What makes you say this?
He exchanges letters with someone inside. The basket weaver carries them for him.
That's no reason to stay silent.
But the weaver delivered him a letter just before the attack. I suspect it held the order to open the gate.
Then speak to the weaver. He can name Masun's accomplice.
He's disappeared, hiding for fear of being dragged into this.
Probably inside one of his own baskets.
Following the icons on the minimap, I'm led to the next area of my investigation and introduced to information gathering method number 2, pickpocketing. By standing at a distance, I can start by listening in on my mark's conversation. Typically for pickpocketing, the dialogue is what reveals the useful information, and the actual act of taking the note is sort of like verifying the claim. At certain times though, like with what's happening here, there's nothing really that important that gets said. What's more, after taking the notes, the game will just tell you a person and place. This doesn't happen too often, but it does occur sometimes. This leads to the final method, interrogation. I now know that the traitor is a man named Masun, and he's located near the cypress trees. Arriving at the spot, I listen in on his rant and wait for him to start moving.
A traitor? I'm not a traitor! It's Al-Mualim who's betrayed us! 2 days' attack was but the first, and more will follow unless you repent. Give up your wicked ways. Rise up against the madman of Masyaf. See through his lies.
As soon as the mark is finished with their rant, they'll begin to move. From here, I ideally follow them to a secluded spot. However, it won't always work out like that. Then, once hidden, I can start swinging my fists. Eventually, they'll start talking, and I'll get my information.
Enough! I yield! I yield!
Speak quickly then. I've no interest in your games. Why did you betray us? And who do you serve?
We serve the Templars. You should too. Their cause is just.
We?
Jamal. He told me of their plans. Asked me to open the gate.
You betrayed us. We, who called you brother and kept you safe from harm.
I did what I believed was right. And if you must kill me for it, so be it. I am not afraid to die.
Your fate is not for me to decide. It's Al-Mualim who will judge.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
You stand accused of betraying our brotherhood and opening the way for our enemies. How do you answer to these charges?
I deny nothing. I'm proud of what I did. My only regret is that they failed.
I offer you a chance to repent, to renounce the evil in your heart.
It is not evil in my heart, but truth. I will not repent.
Then you will die. You did well, Altaïr. and have earned the right to carry a blade once more.
What will become of the one who helped him?
It remains to be seen. Some do ill out of ignorance or fear. These men can be saved. Others suffer from corrupted wills, their minds poisoned and twisted. These men must be destroyed. Soon enough, we'll know what sort of man Jamal is.
I've passed your test then. What now?
Oh, my child. We've only just begun. I hold here a list. 9 names adorn it. 9 men who need to die. They are plague bringers, war makers. Their power and influence corrupts the land and ensures the crusades continue. You will find them. Kill them. In doing so, you'll sow the seeds of peace, both for the region and for yourself. In this way, you might be redeemed.
9 lives in exchange for mine.
A most generous offer, I think. Have you any questions?
Only where I need begin.
Very well. Ride for Damas. Seek out the black market merchant named Tamir. Let him be the first to fall.
From here, Altaïr gets parts of his gear back, mainly the essentials, the hidden blade and the longsword. Every time my abilities get restored and my weapons get given back to me, I have the opportunity to test them out during training. While it seems as simple as just attacking and blocking, the game goes over the various combos and specials that Altaïr can perform, like counterattacks and heavy attacks. These are game changers for Assassin's Creed's combat, especially as the story goes on. From here, I now get to re-experience one of my least favorite parts of the game, world traveling. I'm probably part of an incredibly small group of players that does not enjoy the travel parts of AC. Don't worry, I know that it's objectively an enjoyable part of the franchise, especially in the later installments where it's incredibly fun, unique, and adventurous. It's where you discover much of the game's lore, loot, and collectibles. With all of that said though, I'm still not a fan. I mostly enjoy the actual contract/assassination parts of the game. With AC, I've always preferred to just stay on task and focus on the mission. I've had more fun that way. Regardless of how I feel, AC1 has a relatively extensive world system and it only gets more creative as the games go on. This region of the earth is simply titled the Holy Land, but it's likely somewhere in and around the modern day Israel-Syrian border. There are 4 main regions of the Holy Land that Altaïr can visit. There's Masyaf, which I've already been to, then there's Acre, Jerusalem, and finally my desired destination, Damascus. Sorry, I apologize if I'm butchering these names. There's a large area of land that separates each of these regions and it acts as the highway for me to travel in between each city. After leaving the confines of Masyaf, I quickly learned that the rest of the world isn't as willing to turn a blind eye to Altaïr's actions. This is where high profile versus low profile really comes into play. If I do anything that's deemed as strange, this could be running, climbing, galloping too fast, laying hands on other NPCs, or just getting too close to the soldiers, they'll aggro on and attack me. Honestly, I think it's best to just keep my head down, steamroll past everyone and everything, and full gallop to my desired city. There's no benefit to stopping and fighting the soldiers, and it takes up a lot of time to slowly get past them. That's just my logic though, as there are of course a bunch of different ways to approach it. Arriving in the region of Damascus, I'm introduced to the city's charms. Outside its gates, there aren't that many NPCs around. However, there is a group of soldiers that's harassing a citizen. By helping said citizen, aka slaying the soldiers, they tell Altaïr how brave and strong he is. That's all fine and dandy, but more importantly, it opens up a way into the city. You see, I didn't get to show it off very well here, but the gates are guarded by 4 soldiers and they won't let Altaïr through. I either have to blend in with a group of scholars, a feature that's now available to me after saving the citizen, or I fight my way through. Fighting would have seen me take on at least 6 more soldiers, but I guess I already slew half as many just to get this opportunity. Either way, once inside, Damascus is now my oyster. I'm to find the Templar named Tamir, but in order to do so, there are a series of repetitive steps that I need to take. This is the formula for AC1's gameplay. Step 1, find a synchronization point. I showed those off earlier while riding through the countryside. They help to get a lay of the land and see what hotspots/events are going on around me. Typically, the tallest buildings in the city are sync spots and they're marked by a bird on the minimap and you can usually see an eagle flying around them. After doing a few of those, a couple of icons will have popped up on the world map. Technically, the order in which they're visited isn't super important, but if done right, it helps to create a certain flow. In my case, the first thing I investigated was a nearby pickpocket site.
Do you understand?
Yes. I am to deliver the letter to your merchant friend.
And you know who to see?
The same man as always.
Do not think to betray my presence in this city. We have many eyes, many ears.
And many arms, yes. Good for silencing those who say too much. I know this well. You have my word.
Good. Then be quick about it. Time is short.
A note meant for a mysterious merchant. After swiping it, it reveals that Tamir is preparing a large shipment of goods, but for what and where is unknown. For now, it's a start, and that leads me to my next objective, visiting the Assassin's Bureau. This is a necessity for each time I visit a new region in search of a new target. I essentially have to gain permission from the city's representative to hunt in these lands, something that came with all of Altaïr's demotions. The Bureau is ultimately a safe house for assassins, and it's where I can safely piece the puzzle together.
Altaïr, it is good to see you, and in one piece.
You as well, friend.
I am sorry for your troubles.
Think nothing of it.
A few of your brothers were here earlier, in fact. Oof, if you'd heard the things they said, I'm certain you'd have slain them where they stood.
It's quite all right.
Yes, you've never been one for the creed, have you?
Is that all?
I'm sorry. Sometimes I forget myself. What business brings you to the Mass?
A man named Tamir. Al-Muallim takes issue with the work he does. I meant to end it. Now tell me where to find him.
Surely you remember how to track an enemy.
Of course. Learn where he will be and when. But that sort of work is best left for... I understand.
Go and search the city, determine what he's planning and where he works. Preparation makes the victor.
What can you tell me of him?
Tamir makes his living as a black market merchant, so the Souk district should be your destination. I would suggest you seek out the following places. A small souk northeast of here, the madrasa to our east, and in the gardens north of this bureau. Focus on these places and he should become well known to you.
I assume you want me to return to you when this is done.
Yes. Come back to me. I'll give you Al-Muallim's marker and you'll give us Tamir's life.
As you wish.
Remember, Altaïr, if you find yourself in trouble and the city turned against you, return to the Bureau. I can shelter you from the storm. Be warned though, if your enemies are too close, my door will remain closed until you've lost them. Do you understand?
Yes. To bring the enemy inside would compromise the Brotherhood.
Very well. Off you go.
Visiting the rep, he'll give me clues on where I should take my search next. Opening the world map, I can see that for this contract, I only need to complete 2 investigations. There are 6 in total that I can embark on, and the pickpocket mini-quest was the first, so now I just have to find one more. You also probably saw that there are 3 different districts of Damascus. This is because all 9 marks are spread across each of the 3 playable cities, minus Masyaf, 3 heads per city. The next investigation I embarked on ended up being an eavesdropping one.
That city is ours.
So, how did you manage to do it?
Oh, it wasn't easy, my friend. No, not at all. Cursed merchant caught me trying to steal from him. Called for help.
I can't imagine the guards were pleased.
At least a dozen of them appeared. All well armed and spoiling for a fight.
What did you do?
I ran, over, under, and through the crowd. Knocked over a few stalls for good measure. But they kept coming.
Then how did you escape?
With a little help from my friends.
What do you mean?
There's a couple of my brothers who gather around the southeastern exit of the souk. They let me pass and then turned their attention towards the guards. Kept them distracted while I got away. Without their help, I wouldn't be here right now.
Now, it is possible to do more than 2 investigations per mission. In fact, the game practically encourages it. By racking them up, you get access to more information regarding the mark, their movements, and whereabouts. Well, I don't really bother with going above and beyond, as I kind of like the surprise when it comes to taking down my target. It can be useful for some.
But there was no relief in sight. Some say, were it not for Tamir, Salah ad-Din's men would have surely turned on him. Could be we won the battle because of that man.
Cornering the preacher in an alley, he gave me a more realistic response to being interrogated. Instead of taking a beating, he retaliated and threw a few punches back. Admirable, but not enough to turn things around.
You seem to know quite a bit about Tamir. Tell me what he's planning.
I know only the stories I tell, nothing more.
A pity. There's no reason to let you live if you've nothing to offer in return.
Wait! There is one thing.
Continue.
He is preoccupied as of late. He oversees the production of many weapons.
What of it? They're meant for Salah ad-Din. This does not help me, which means it does not help you.
No, stop, listen! Not Salah ad-Din. They're for someone else. The crests these arms bear, they are different, unfamiliar. It seems Tamir supports another, but I know not who.
Is that all?
Yes. I've told you everything I know.
Then it's time for you to rest.
Yeah, that's the other part of interrogations. Altaïr never lets the informant live. I get it, loose ends and all, but it is pretty brutal. With 3 finished investigations under my belt, I returned to the bureau and connected the dots.
Altaïr, welcome!
I've done what you asked. Now give me the marker.
First things first, tell me what you know.
Tamir rules over the Souk El Salah. He makes his fortune selling arms and armor and is supported by many in this endeavor. Blacksmiths, traders, financiers. He's the largest death dealer in the land.
And have you devised a way to rid us of this blight?
A meeting is being arranged at Souk El Salah to discuss an important sale. They say it's the largest deal Tamir has ever made. He'll be distracted with his work. That's when I'll strike.
Your plan seems solid enough. I give you leave to go. Let Al-Mualim's will be done. You may rest here until you are ready.
As the Animus fasts forward, it's now time to strike against Tamir. The marker that I received ends up being a feather. Pretty strange, but it'll soon make sense, sort of. The same set of environmental rules still apply. I have to blend in with the masses and make it to Tamir's location quietly. Otherwise, if I have guards on my tail, the area will be blocked off. Arriving in the souk, I dropped down to the lower level and waited on Tamir to show.
Your men have failed to fill the order, which means I have failed my client.
We need more time.
This is the excuse of a lazy or incompetent man. Which are you?
Neither.
What I see says otherwise. Now, tell me, what do you intend to do to solve this problem of ours? These weapons are needed now.
I see no solution. The men work day and night, but your client requires so much, and the destination. It is a difficult route.
Were it that you could produce weapons with the same skill as you produce excuses.
I have done all I can.
It is not enough.
Then perhaps you ask too much.
Too much? I gave you everything. Without me, you would still be charming serpents for coin. All I asked in return was you fill the orders I bring you, and you say I asked too much? You dare disrespect me?
Peace, Tamir. I meant no insult.
Then you should have kept your mouth shut!
No! Stop!
Stop? I'm just getting started.
No! Stop!
You came into my souk, stood before my men, and dared to insult me? You must learn your place! No. Leave the body. Let this be a lesson to the rest of you. Think twice before you tell me something cannot be done. Now get back to work.
Clearly, he isn't winning any humanitarian awards. No matter, as when I'm finished with him, he won't be able to spread any more fear or terror amongst the masses. From here, Tamir leaves himself wide open. No guards, no defenses, back turned. Crawling through the crowd, I get in close and complete my kill.
Be at peace.
You'll pay for this. You and all your kind.
It seems you're the one pays now, my friend. You'll not profit from suffering any longer.
You think me some petty death dealer, suckling at the breast of war? A strange target, don't you think? Why me, when so many others do the same?
You believe yourself different, then?
Oh, but I am. For I serve a far nobler cause than mere profit.
just like my brothers.
Brothers?
Ah, but he thinks I act alone. I am but a piece. A man with a part to play. You'll come to know the others soon enough. They won't take kindly to what you've done.
Good. I look forward to ending their lives as well.
Such pride. It will destroy you, child.
The job is done, but now comes the second part to every assassination: escaping. The city is now on high alert. Not only am I being pursued by the witness soldiers, everyone is actively searching for me. It's a Damascus-wide manhunt, and essentially, I have to make it back to the bureau with as low of a profile as possible. Usually, my best strategy is to stick to the rooftops. This way, I can avoid most eyes, I'll get to the bureau fast, and if I do get seen, I can always take cover in the cabanas.
Word has reached me of your victory, Altaïr. You have my gratitude and my respect.
Thank you.
It is a shame that the other assassins continue to hold you in such poor regard.
Rafik, I do not care what the others think of me.
As you wish, Altaïr. You should bring news of your victory to Al-Malim. I'm certain he has more work for you to do.
Out of the machine, Mr. Miles.
What's the matter, Doc?
Miss Stillman is once again insisting I let you rest.
One target down, only 8 more to go. With Dr. Warren gone, I took the time to speak with Lucy. She's certainly nicer than Warren, but she's still withholding a bunch of information. Lucy tells me that her and the doc have a 1-week deadline to get the information that they need, and at this point, there's only 6 days left. When asked why only 1 week, she simply says that it's not safe to discuss any more details. The next round of conversation isn't necessarily lore relevant, but in case you were curious, as I know I was, Lucy touches on the dialogue that comes from Altaïr's memories. The Animus is translating everyone's conversation and making it easy to understand for those who only speak English, so Desmond and the player. Hence why all of these Middle Eastern citizens from the 1100s are speaking modern day English, and Altaïr sounds like he's straight out of the OC. From here, there's nothing more to do. So, Desmond returns to his quarters and rests for the night.
Let's go, Mr. Miles. Time's wasting.
Where's Lucy?
Oh, don't worry. She'll be with us soon enough.
So why are you doing all this, Doc? What are you hoping to accomplish?
You turned the television on lately? Read the newspaper?
Never cared much for that stuff.
Then, let me sum it up for you. The world's a mess. It's pathetic, really. You've seen it firsthand yourself. 1,000 years between you and your ancestor, and society remains just as barbaric, just as stupid.
And your point is?
Order, Mr. Miles. The world needs order. That is what we're working towards, and that is what you're helping us to achieve.
You expect me to believe you're building a better tomorrow?
That's exactly what we're doing. The human race calls out for direction. They want to know why they're here, what they're meant to do. Well, we're going to tell them. And once they understand how to live their lives, everything will be better.
Better how?
An end to all conflicts, large and small. Isn't that what you assassins strive for? Peace in all things?
I told you, I'm not an assassin.
Right.
I still don't see where I fit into things.
In time, Mr. Miles. In time, you'll understand. Or you won't. I don't care either way, as long as you show us where it is.
Where what is?
Sorry I'm late. Ready to go?
Yes, we are.
It's becoming clear that as soon as Altaïr finishes his work, so will the Abstergo scientists. Stepping back into the Animus, I'm transported back into Altaïr's memory.
You've done well, Altaïr, and I'm confident that this is but the first of many successes.
Tamir spoke as if he knew you well. He implied my work had a larger meaning.
Significance comes not from a single act, but the context within which it is performed. The consequence is born of it.
Then is there more I need to know?
Altaïr, your greatest failure was born of knowing too much. If I choose to withhold information, it is only to ensure you do not make the same mistake a second time.
I see.
No, you don't. and it will remain this way until you've learned your lesson. Still, you have performed competently, and as such I restore a rank and will return a piece of your equipment. Go now, either to Acre or Jerusalem. There are men in both cities who require your attention. The Bureau leaders can tell you more about what needs to be done.
With my latest success, I now get access to the short sword. Furthermore, I unlock a literal game-changing ability, the counter kill/attack. In my opinion, this is too overpowered of an ability. It's exactly as it sounds, a counter to my enemy's attacks. With it, I never really need to actively attack again. In a lot of circumstances, a successful counterattack kills the enemy. Don't get me wrong, this isn't a game-breaking ability, as it doesn't one-shot every enemy and it can easily be circumvented via the enemy grappling Altaïr, which does happen, but it adds a layer of ease to AC's combat. Against 2 to 4 enemies, all I have to do is block their attacks and counter until they're dead. I wonder if Ubisoft knew what they were doing with this, or they were just making abilities as they went. Either way, I now have my choice of targets. I can either go to Jerusalem or to Acre for my next contract. Picking one at random, Acre was my next destination. The countryside shenanigans remained largely the same. Everywhere I rode to, soldiers of some kind, whether Templars or regional, would watch me like a hawk. Activating more synchronization spots, I get a better lay of the land as well as the various routes in and out of the valleys. Assassin's Creed has its fair share of collectibles. While the succeeding games have quite a few more than AC1, the original has flags and memory blocks that are scattered all around the world. If you are looking for more to this game and love the idea of collectibles, then you should be able to keep yourself busy for quite some time. Arriving at Acre, the scene was certainly a lot different from Damascus. For starters, I had a pretty abrupt entrance to the city. Galloping right into the public, the guards decided to go after me and it called for a high-profile chase. Sacrificing my horse, I was able to push past all of the soldiers and stumble into Acre. From here, my housewarming involved escaping the guards and taking cover. Not the easiest way of getting acquainted with the city. Acre had a much different feel to it than Damascus. This was likely because of the different light filters used, but it ended up portraying Acre as colder, dirtier, and a harsher place. Finding my first sink spot, it revealed an interrogation scene just below, as well as the local bureau. Figuring that it'd be more efficient to deal with the here and now, I listened in to the orator.
Garnier de the Blues is a good man. He means only to help. He's sworn an oath to serve and save, a promise he won't betray. Soon, my friends, soon the good doctor will attend to your needs. Be patient, hold hope close. There are many in need of aid, and only one of him. He works tirelessly to serve and save, but these things take time.
It sounds like my next target's name is Garnier. Following the speaker to a somewhat secluded spot, not really, I threw a couple of punches and got more information.
Mercy, mercy, don't kill me. I'll do anything you want.
You serve Garnier?
He makes me say these things to keep the people from revolting, to give them hope and make them eager for his touch.
Tell me everything you can about the man.
Yes, of course. I know what happens within, what he really does.
Go on.
Not sick, not wounded when they enter, but once he's got his hands on them, then the pain begins.
He's no healer then. Just a sick, cruel man.
I don't know what it is he does to make them cry so loud, but it must be stopped before more are made to suffer. Will you stop him?
It's why you still live.
He is cautious. You must pick the proper time. Go to him when he attends to the patients. He forgets the world around him, becomes lost in his work. Yes, strike then.
I thank you for the information.
Then you'll let me go?
Would that I could.
Not the most subtle kill, but I suppose a necessary one. The information gathered from him was vital. I now know how to strike. I just need to now find out when Garnier makes his rounds and where exactly the hospital is, as well as the details of its layout. Evading the locals, I then made my way to the bureau and received more leads.
Ah, Altaïr. A little bird told me you'd be paying a visit.
Al-Muallim has ordered the execution of Garnier de Naplouse, and so here I am. What can you tell me about him?
He is the Grand Master of the Knights Hospitaller, and surely keeps his quarters in their district. Beyond that, I cannot say. I suggest you search the city. See what you can learn from the people.
Tell me where they gather and I'll see what I can find.
The public gardens north of here, or what's left of them, are as good a place as any to begin. There's an abandoned market northwest as well that merits watching. And Maria of Jehoshaphat's church to the west remains a popular meeting place. These 3 locations should be sufficient for your needs.
I appreciate the information, Rafik. It will be put to good use.
See that it is.
North, northwest, and west are my key takeaways. Finding a sync spot in that general direction, I was able to locate my next investigation, a pickpocketing scene.
I need this dealt with now. The ropes are eaten through with rot and must be replaced. If we wait any longer, we risk an accident.
I understand, but what of the houses I'm supposed to repair?
Never mind the citizens. What do they do anyway but cry and complain? It's the knights who sacrifice that the rest of us might live in peace.
But they've nowhere to go, and the rains will come soon.
I won't warn you again, boy. Do as you're told or you'll find yourself in irons.
Yes, sire.
First sensible words out of your mouth. You've got the plans now. Get to work.
This was my first time failing a pickpocketing sequence, or really any sequence. I wasn't sure if I'd just get sent back to my latest checkpoint, or if the game would be more or less forgiving. Fortunately, the punishment really wasn't that bad. After dealing with some soldiers who were called to the scene, mostly via counterattacks, the encounter reset. Both NPCs were back at their post and all of the dialogue was skipped. The note got handed off again, and this time I tried my best to stay undetected. I ended up getting the letter, but had to take care of a few more guards. No matter, as it served as decent combat practice. Something I like about Assassin's Creed 1 is that there's no reward or benefit for fighting NPCs. There are no XP, loot, or upgrades that could be acquired. In a game that's all about assassination and rooted in stealth, it's how it should be. The later games steer a little bit away from that, but again, they take a different route that can be appreciated in a different way. With all of the information I need, I returned to the bureau and laid out a game plan.
Altaïr? How fares your search for Garnier?
I know when and how to strike.
Share your knowledge with me then.
He lives and works within the Order's hospital, northwest of here. Rumors speak of atrocities committed within its walls. It seems the good doctor enjoys experimenting on innocent citizens. Most of them kidnapped and brought here from Jerusalem.
Clever. By stealing his subjects from another city, he avoids arousing too much suspicion here. But back to the matter at hand. What is your plan?
Garnier keeps mainly to his quarters inside the hospital, though he leaves occasionally to inspect his patients. It's when he makes his rounds that I will strike.
It's clear you've given this some thought. I give you leave to go. Remove this stain from Akka, Altaïr. Perhaps it will help cleanse your own. Rest here until you're ready to begin your mission.
I've rested up and now it's go time. Penetrating Garnier's hospital was actually easier said than done. First of all, the exterior is loaded with guards and soldiers. If they see anything out of the ordinary, it's stab first, ask questions later. As for the entrance itself, it was also heavily guarded. The only way I'd get through was by a fight or with the escort of some scholars. I did hear cries of help coming from the streets, likely my way into the hospital, but instead I decided to explore another idea. Climbing to the top of some nearby buildings, I found an access point that led to the top of the hospital's roof. Here, I took out as many guards as possible. Even when I got caught, it wasn't that big of a deal, as there were only so many on patrol. When ready, I was able to drop down into the hospital's courtyard and waited for Garnier to show his face.
No, help! Help me! Help me! Please! You must help me!
Enough, my child. I asked you to retrieve the patient, not to kill him. There. Everything will be all right.
No!
Give me your hand.
Don't touch me! Not again!
Cast out this fear, else I cannot help you.
Help me? Like you helped the others? You took their souls! I saw! But not mine! No! You'll not have mine! Ah!
take hold of yourself. Do you think this gives me pleasure? Do you think I want to hurt you? But you leave me no choice.
Every kind word matched by the back of his hand. All lies and deception. He won't be content until all bow before him.
You should not have done that. Return him to his quarters. I'll be along once I've tended to the
You
other.
can't keep me here. I'll escape again.
No, you won't. Break his legs, both of them. I am so sorry, child. Have you people nothing better to do?
These targets aren't making a good case for themselves. I suppose that's exactly why they're on the hit list though. As Garnier closes the door behind him, I find an alternative way around. It's true what the informant had said. He's in his own world as he's tending to his patients. The person whom he's currently with actually seems grateful for Garnier's medical attention, certainly a far cry off from the previous guy's testimony. As Garnier leaves his side, he walks straight towards me. It's the perfect opportunity to strike. Well, maybe not. I guess since I was still in his field of view, he could see my attack coming. What was supposed to be a simple, stealthy takedown turns out to be an all-out brawl in the streets. Garnier and his men against Altaïr. Well, it's anticlimactic. I ended up having no problems disposing of his men and then defeating Garnier in hand-to-hand combat.
Let go your burden. I'll rest now, yes. The endless dream calls to me. But before I close my eyes, I must know what will become of my children.
You mean the people made to suffer your cruel experiments? They'll be free now to return to their homes.
Homes? What homes? The sewers? The brothels? The prisons that we dragged them from?
You took these people against their will.
Yes. What little will there was for them to have. Are you really so naive? Do you appease a crying child simply because he wails? But I want to play with fire, Father. What would you say? As you wish. But then you'd answer for his burns.
These are not children, but men and women full grown.
In body, perhaps, but not in mind, which is the very damage I sought to repair. I admit, without the piece of Eden, which you stole from us, my progress was slowed. But there are herbs, mixtures, and extracts. My guards are proof of this. They were madmen before I found and freed them from the prisons of their own minds. And with my death, madmen they will be again.
You truly believe you were helping them?
It's not what I believe. It's what I know.
It's interesting that so far, both of my targets have thought themselves to be a hero. They thought they were bettering their respective cities and its people. I've always liked this little detail. It gets Altaïr second-guessing his orders, and with it, the player starts to question things a bit too. Regardless, these men have shown themselves to be monsters in some way, shape, or form. So, certainly no regrets with removing them from society. When my notoriety was clear, I returned to the bureau and handed in my marker.
What news, Altaïr?
Garnier is dead.
Then you should return to Masyaf with news of your victory.
There is something else.
Speak it then, or would you have me read your mind?
What do you think he wanted from these people? That he would keep them and experiment on them as he did?
Yours is not to ask, but act, Altaïr. It doesn't matter what he did or why. Only that he's dead.
But Garnier seemed to believe he was helping these people.
Is that what you saw?
No. What I saw was not a place of healing, but of pain.
Then why are we having this conversation?
I don't know. Forget I spoke of it.
I already have.
Have you news for me, Altaïr?
Garnier de Naplus is dead.
Excellent. We could not have hoped for a more agreeable outcome.
And yet...
What is it?
The doctor insisted his work was noble, and looking back, those who were supposedly his captives seemed grateful to the man. Not all of them, but enough to make me wonder. How did he manage to turn enemy into friend?
Leaders will always find ways to make others obey them, and that is what makes them leaders. When words fail, they turn to coin. When that won't do, they resort to baser things, bribes, threats, and other types of trickery. There are plants, Altaïr, herbs from distant lands that can cause a man to take leave of his senses. So great are the pleasures it brings, men may even become enslaved by it.
You think these men were drugged then? Poisoned?
Yes, if it truly was as you describe it.
Herbs. This seems a strange method of control.
Our enemies have accused me of the same.
The promise of paradise.
They think it is a garden, overflowing with women and pleasure. That I drug you as Garnier did his men, and tempt you with its rewards.
They do not know the truth of it.
Which is how it must be.
But if they knew the truth of it, that all we seek is peace,
then they would not fear us, and we would have no hold over them. Go. It is time you continued with your work. Another rank is restored to you, as is a piece of your equipment. We'll speak again when the next has fallen.
With my newly restored rank, I once again gain access to throwing knives and the ability to tackle others. If a target, mark, or desired NPC is fleeing from me, I can bulldoze them to the ground. This can also be used to disorient my enemies and get innocent bystanders out of the way. To touch a little more on what I was saying before, even though Altaïr knows those were bad men, his questions and curiosities about them get shot down by the guild. It almost feels manipulative. If anything, that just makes him, and therefore the player, even more curious on their true motives and intentions, whether good, nefarious, or something else altogether. In any case, the third contract has me riding to the city of Jerusalem. Through no fault of my own, I had some difficulty reaching it. I was stubborn and thought I could get there without revealing the rest of the map. I probably could have if I just committed, but I started to second guess the pathways, the guards were hot on my tail, and at one point I was traveling away from the city. I think if you know the map well, this probably wouldn't be an issue and you can easily navigate the blurred world. Either way, after a long time spent wandering the countryside, I eventually made it to Jerusalem's jurisdiction. This time, my plan to get into the city was a little more thought out. Off to the side in one of the courtyards, I could see a citizen getting bullied by some of the guards. Playing hero, I intervened, slew them all, and gained access to Jerusalem via the scholars. Just an observation, and again, probably due to clever lighting tricks, Jerusalem felt like a better version of Damascus and a much tidier version of Acre. It seemed like the most taken care of and well off of the three cities. Definitely a more promising playground. As soon as I got into the city, I couldn't help but notice there was an interrogation investigation right by the entrance. So I figured I'd go ahead with it right away.
Who knows what the future holds? What tragedies tomorrow may bring? Defend against an uncertain future. Protect the ones you love. Work hard and you will be rewarded. Talal provides.
Jerusalem's target is named Talal. Other than the fact that this man sees him as a king, I'm unsure of any of the other specifics. Following him to what seemed like a secluded alleyway, I ended up attracting the attention of some local thugs. While it only delayed the inevitable, they did do a good job at making me work for the information.
I have nothing to say to you.
Speak to me or speak to God. It's your choice.
You won't stop the work he does. Cannot stop it.
Stop what? What work?
He prepares them for the journey.
Journey where?
They are held in his warehouse. And when the time comes, they are sent to Akka.
Where is this warehouse? And why Akka?
Talal tells me what I need to know. Nothing more. It is safer that way.
For him, perhaps. Though not, I fear, for you.
Talal's work sounds even more cryptic than the last targets. Kidnapping people and sending them to this unknown location for an unspecified reason. So far, Tamir's been running black market operations in Damascus and was apparently preparing a massive shipment of weapons. Garnier was brainwashing, treating, and kidnapping troubled citizens, and as we know it, Talal is doing the same, minus the medical part of it all. If I didn't know any better, assuming these men are all connected in some way, it almost sounds like there's a secret organization that's building an army of soldiers. They're using whatever means necessary too, kidnapping, drugging, forced labor, etc. If they're not connected though, then they're just scourges in their cities and need to be removed. Entering Jerusalem's bureau, I ran into a familiar face. It's my guildmate, Malik, from the Temple of Solomon.
Safety and peace, Malik.
Your presence here deprives me of both. What do you want?
Al-Muallim has asked.
Asked that you perform some menial task in an effort to redeem yourself. So be out with it.
Tell me what you can about the one they call Talal.
It is your duty to locate and assassinate the man, Altaïr, not mine.
You'd do well to assist me. His death benefits the entire land.
Do you deny his death benefits you as well?
Such things do not concern you.
Your actions very much concern me.
Then don't help me. I'll find him myself.
Wait. It won't do having you stumble about the city like a blind man. Better you know where to begin your search.
I'm listening.
I can think of 3 places. South of here in the markets that line the border between the Muslim and Jewish districts. To the north near the mosque of this district, and east in front of St. Anne's Church, close to the Babariha gate.
Is that everything?
It's enough to get you started, and more than you deserve.
Understandably, he's still angry at what happened to his brother, and you know what? I don't blame him. Altaïr was arrogant and overconfident. Because of that, he compromised his guildmates. One died and the other barely got away. Meanwhile, I didn't even get any piece of the action. Either way, with one investigation down, there was only one more to go. Getting my bearings at a nearby sink spot, I discovered a pickpocketing sequence pretty close by.
The guard won't take action. It falls to us to do something.
What you propose is madness.
But necessary. How many more will we allow to go missing before the people take a stand?
It does not affect us.
Not yet. But if we continue to do nothing, it will.
And what do you propose?
I've watched the man. Learned everything there is to know about his operation. It's all here on a map I've made. He inspects his stock every day at the same time. This is when I'll strike.
So you have a piece of paper. It won't save you when you're discovered. Won't shield you from their swords and arrows.
If all goes well, it won't come to that. Anyway, it's a risk I'll have to take. Wish me luck, my friend.
Indeed. You'll need it.
It sounds like some of the townsfolk are displeased with Talal's actions as well. How do you know that you're not next to be abducted off the streets? Taking the paper, it's apparently a detailed map of Talal's guards' positions at his warehouse. This, along with the other information, should be enough to strike against him.
Malik.
Come to waste more of my time?
I've found Talal. I'm ready to begin my mission.
That is for me to decide.
Very well. Here's what I know. He traffics in human lives, kidnapping Jerusalem citizens and selling them into slavery. His base is a warehouse located inside the Barbican, north of here. As we speak, he prepares a caravan for travel. I'll strike while he's inspecting his stock. If I can avoid his men, Talal himself should prove little challenge.
Little challenge? Listen to you. Such arrogance.
Are we finished? Are you satisfied with what I've learned?
No. But it will have to do. Rest, prepare, cry in the corner. Do whatever it is you do before a mission. Only make sure you do it quietly.
Running through the streets of Jerusalem, I arrived at the northern side of town and surveyed the area. Already, I could see a group of soldiers harassing a citizen. I know that he could be used to get past a group of guards somewhere down the line. So, taking the heat off of him and striking his assailants down, a group of scholars spawned in, and lo and behold, they got me through a guarded pathway. From here, it was just a matter of finding my way into Talal's warehouse. Rounding the corner of the nearest building, that wasn't so hard to do. There was an open doorway that led right on in. However, it ended up being more than I bargained for. Stepping foot inside, the doorway behind me closed shut and I was locked in.
What now, slaver?
Do not call me that. I only wish to help them, as I myself was helped.
You do no kindness imprisoning them like this.
Imprisoning them? I keep them safe, preparing them for the journey that lies ahead.
What journey? It is a life of servitude.
You know nothing. It was folly to even bring you here. To think that you might see and understand.
I understand well enough. Show yourself.
Ah, so you want to see the man who called you here?
You did not call me here. I came on my own.
Did you? Who unbarred the door? Cleared the path? Did you once raise your blade against a single man of mine, huh? No. All this I did for you. Step into the light then, and I will grant you one final favor. Now I stand before you. What is it you desire?
Come down here. Let us settle this with honor.
Why must it always come to violence? It seems I cannot help you, for you do not wish to help yourself, and I cannot allow my work to be threatened. You leave me no choice. You must die.
Certainly a different lead-up than the previous two missions. This time, Talal was waiting for me, almost as if he knew I was coming. This section of the contract sees me battling against Talal's lackeys in a confined space. There is not a lot of room to maneuver around, and when one man dies, another takes his place. However, perseverance is key. Countering, swinging, and blocking, I eventually thinned their numbers and cleared a path up to Talal. Climbing the nearby ladder, the ringleader got spooked and made a break for the rooftop. Sometimes in Assassin's Creed, the game spices things up and has Altaïr really work for his kill. Sometimes it's as easy as stabbing a man with his back turned, and other times I'm chasing them down in the streets. Either way, I eventually caught up to Talal, lunged at him through a crowd, and sunk my blade into his back.
You've nowhere to run now. Share your secrets with me.
My part is plain. The Brotherhood is not so weak that my death will stop its work.
What Brotherhood?
Al-Mualim is not the only one with designs upon the Holy Land. And that's all you'll have from me.
Then we are finished. Beg forgiveness from your god.
He's long abandoned us. Long abandoned the men and women I took into my arms.
What do you mean?
Beggars, whores, addicts, lepers. Do they strike you as proper slaves? Unfit for even the most menial tasks? No. I took them not to sell, but to save. And yet you'd kill us all. For no other reason than it was asked of you.
No. You profit from the war. From lives lost and broken.
Yes, you would think that, ignorant as you are. Wall off your mind, eh? They say it's what your kind do best. Do you see the irony in all this? No, not yet, it seems. But you will.
Another dead man and more questions to follow. I guess it's true what they say. Everyone is the hero of their own story. Garnier and Talal had similar strategies. Pluck the poor and sick off the street and help them by forcing them into work and slavery. At this point, it was confirmed by Talal and Tamir that there is some organization or brotherhood that's pulling the strings behind the scenes. Is it the Templars or perhaps another unknown group? Questions for now, answers for later. After losing my notoriety, I returned to the bureau and gave my marker back to Malik.
Altaïr! Wonderful to see you return to us. And how fared the mission?
The deed is done. Talal is dead.
Oh, I know. In fact, the entire city knows! Have you forgotten the meaning of subtlety?
A skilled assassin ensures his work is noticed by the many.
No! A skilled assassin maintains control of his environment.
We can argue the details all you'd like, Malik. But the fact remains I've accomplished the task set to me by Al-Mualim.
Go then. Return to the old man. Let us see with whom he sides.
You and I are on the same side, Malik.
God damn it! What's the problem now?
I'm getting weird temperature readings. I think the Animus is overheating.
Christ, it's always something! How long?
Too soon to tell.
These delays are unacceptable, Miss Stillman. I want progress reports every hour.
It's gonna be a while, Desmond. Why don't you go lie down or something? Get some rest.
I'll have to see what happens next with Altaïr and Al-Mualim at a later time. For now, though, there are a lot of questions swirling in my head. The Assassins, the Templars, my greater purpose, the 9 targets, it's a lot to digest at once. What exactly are Dr. Warren and Lucy looking for inside of Desmond's memories? What else are we going to find, and what's going to happen with me when they're all done? With Dr. Vidic out of the lab, I approached Lucy and asked her some questions. For starters, I asked why Warren was always taking his anger out on her. She said that he's frustrated with the Animus' progress. The machine and genetic memory are his theories and ideas. He has a lot of personal stake in this project. Lucy then mentions that she's able to turn a blind eye to his anger, as he actually once saved her life. She gets into her background and lore a little bit here. After finishing her PhD, no workplace or university would take her on for further work. Her doctorate was deemed pseudoscience and was shunned from most academic spaces. However, Abstergo, more specifically Dr. Vidic, took an interest in her work. From there, she was brought on to help design and run the program behind the Animus. Interestingly, Lucy often wonders if Abstergo had anything to do with her being blacklisted from the other companies. She notes that Abstergo is an incredibly powerful organization. Either way, as soon as the Animus was built, a group of men from Abstergo had entered her quarters and tried to kill her. She believes that at that point, she was just considered a loose end. As the armed guards were taunting her and laughing about it, Vidic storms in and puts a stop to them. He used his authority to ward them off. Ever since then, she's been grateful and compliant towards Warren. Well, that's quite the story. If Lucy believes that Abstergo had manipulated her job opportunities, I'm surprised she never thought of Vidic's actions as performative and manipulative. Scare her into submission. That's just a wild idea though. Certainly there's no merit to it, right? Interestingly, returning to Desmond's quarters, I can see that someone's been in my room. The closet door is wide open. Upon inspection, it seems like someone slipped an access code in between the towels. Using it, I'm actually able to leave my room. At this point, both Vidic and Lucy have left the lab, and it's just me here. Unfortunately, for the moment, there's not much that I can actually do or interact with. I can fiddle around with Vidic's computer, but without his password, it's useless. There's no way to access any of the other rooms or to get into the Animus. So for now, all I can do is rest and wait for a new day.
Rise and shine. We've got quite a day ahead of us.
You're in a good mood this morning.
Miss Stillman has made some modifications to the Animus. You should be able to remain inside even longer now.
And help you with your treasure hunt.
This is serious business, Mr. Miles. I don't think you fully appreciate the work that Abstergo does.
Maybe because I don't actually know what you people do.
We change the world. Every day, in 100 different ways. Did you know that nearly every single breakthrough of the past millennia, be it medical, mechanical, or philosophical, has come from Abstergo or its predecessors?
That's a bold claim, Doc. Think you might be exaggerating a bit?
Not in the slightest. Oh, we certainly don't take the credit. That would arouse far too much suspicion. We choose our beneficiaries with great care.
Why?
Isn't it obvious? It means we're in control.
But how? What makes you guys so special, so smart? That you happen to invent all these things while us mere mortals stumble around like idiots?
To be fair, we don't invent them. We find them.
Find them?
They're gifts, Mr. Miles. From those who came before. We'll have to continue this discussion later. Time's wasting.
Abstergo certainly has more influence than meets the eye. The more I hear about them, the more I think that the rumors and hearsay are actually true. Any wild theories or ideas regarding what they can and will do no longer seem that far-fetched. I think what makes them even more malevolent is that, for the most part, they're a faceless entity. The only members of Abstergo I've seen are Dr. Vidic and Lucy. Even then, it almost seems like Lucy is just as much a prisoner here as Desmond is. Either way, with a new day, that means a new memory block in the Animus.
You've done well. 3 of the 9 lay dead, and for this you have my thanks. But do not think to rest upon your laurels. Your work has just begun.
I am yours to command, Master.
King Richard, emboldened by his victory at Acre, prepares to move south towards Jerusalem. Salah-ad-Din is surely aware of this, and so he gathers his men before the broken citadel of Arsuf.
Would you have me kill them both then? End their war before it begins in earnest?
No. To do so would scatter their forces and subject the realm to the bloodlust of 10,000 aimless warriors. It will be many days before they meet, and while they march, they do not fight. You must concern yourself with a more immediate threat. The men who pretend to govern in their absence.
Give me names and I'll give you blood.
So I will. Abun Nukud, the wealthiest man in Damas. Majduddin, regent of Jerusalem. William of Montferrat, liege lord of Acre.
What are their crimes?
greed, arrogance, the slaughter of innocents. Walk amongst the people of their cities. You'll learn the secrets of their sins. Do not doubt that these men are obstacles to the peace we seek.
Then they will die.
Another of your items is restored. Take it. See that it is put to good use. Return to me as each man falls, that we might better understand their intentions. And Altaïr, take care. Your recent work has likely attracted the attention of the city guard. They'll be more suspicious than they've been in the past.
So this time around, Al-Mualim gives me the next 3 names on the list as opposed to just one at a time. Through this, I have a little more free will in my approach as I get to pick which man dies next. Also, if you can pick up on video game lingo 101, the master essentially just said that the game is about to get harder. The targets are going to be trickier to reach, and the city guard will be ramped up and on higher alert. Furthermore, at this point in Assassin's Creed, I've more or less received all of Altaïr's gear. Now, for the most part, anytime that Al-Mualim gives me a new weapon or armor piece, it's essentially just a new ability. This isn't always the case, as you'll soon come to see, but 8 times out of 10 it will be. With that being said, these new abilities get more and more crafty. Like for example, I can now counter an enemy's grab. Essentially, I no longer have to attack. Well, not really, but I don't have to be super offensive in combat. I could just counter an enemy's attack or counter an enemy's grab, and then finish them off from there. It feels OP, but at the same point, since the guards and soldiers have gotten more difficult, it really just feels more appropriate. On the subject of new features in Assassin's Creed, this was one I had forgotten about. Well, I thought it was a mechanic and then I didn't see it, so I thought I just misremembered, but it turns out it is in the game. It just needed to be unlocked. I can now fast travel to the 3 different cities. After leaving Masyaf's boundaries, I have the option of heading for Acre, Jerusalem, or Damascus. If I really wanted to as well, I could just explore the rest of the kingdom, but that's something I'm going to pass on. Deciding to just keep the same order of operations, I set my sights on Damascus and went after my 4th target, Abul. Arriving outside the city's gates, I of course used the Wandering Scholars to gain access into the city. I was actually surprised that the game didn't make me resave one of the local citizens in order to get their services. Either way, right off the bat, my objective was to head straight for the Assassin's Bureau. This way, the representative there could tell me where to start my search and what I should look out for.
Altaïr, my friend, welcome, welcome. Whose life do you come to collect today?
His name is Abu Nakud. What can you tell me about him?
Oh, the merchant king of Damas, richest man in the city. Quite exciting, quite dangerous. I envy you, Altaïr. Well, not the bit where you were beaten and stripped of your rank, but I envy everything else. Oh, except for the terrible things the other assassins say about you. But yes, aside from the failure and the hatred, yes, aside from those things, I envy you very much.
I do not care what the others think or say. I'm here to do a job. So I ask again, what can you tell me about the Merchant King?
Only that he must be a very bad man if Al-Mualim has sent you to see him. He keeps to his own kind, wrapped in the finery of this city's noble district. A busy man, always up to something. I'm sure if you spend some time amongst his type, you'll learn all you need to know about him.
And where would you have me begin my search?
If I were you, I'd start with the Umayyad Mosque and Souk Sarouja, both of which are west of here. Further to the northwest is Salahadin's Citadel. It's a popular meeting spot and has proved a reliable source of loose tongues in the past. Yes, these 3 places should serve your needs.
My thanks for your guidance, Rafiq. I'll return when I've gathered the necessary information.
West and northwest are my key takeaways from that conversation. So, before during my first run through Damascus, I only had one of the 3 districts available to me. Now I'm able to roam through 2 of them. This expands the game in a couple of different ways. I have to search farther and wider for possible leads. There are also even more synchronization spots available to me. While I got lucky with my first one and managed to unveil 2 eavesdropping investigations, the others wouldn't be so easy.
The last of it has been delivered.
Good. Make sure he also knows it wasn't easy arranging a shipment like this.
It's only wine. Some can be fickle in their faith.
Your holy book says something on the subject, I believe. Leave them that they may eat and enjoy themselves, and that hope may beguile them, for they will soon know. And never did we destroy a town that had a term made known.
What's that supposed to mean?
Never mind it. Be about your business.
As you wish.
With that little sequence, I've learned that Abul, the Merchant King, is preparing a feast. For who and why are unknown, but apparently there's going to be a lot of wine. The next investigation took me to another square that was just a ways away from the previous eavesdrop. This one gave me some valuable information on my approach for the assassination.
There's a problem. I need your advice.
What is it?
This morning, I went to hang the lanterns for the party.
And this troubles you, why?
I forgot to remove the scaffold.
Forgot it where?
Just outside the Merchant King's quarters, above the balcony. What if it falls? It could be hurt.
Too late to do anything about it now. Just hope it isn't noticed. You can deal with it tomorrow.
So you can probably tell by now that I need more than 2 successful investigations before I can hunt down Abul. At this point in the game, I need 3. Where it gets tricky is that there are still only 6 in total that could be found around the city. So I have a larger search area and more synchronization spots to choose from, but still a small number of actual leads to follow. In fact, for the next 3 manhunts, it actually took me quite some time to gather the necessary information. I could follow the Bureau's advice in terms of cardinal directions, but it wouldn't guarantee fast results. Gone were the days of a quick in-and-out assassination. Now the game makes me actually work for it, which, albeit, is fine by me. After knocking down several sync points, wreaking havoc across Damascus, and narrowly escaping fights, I finally found my 3rd lead. This one was interesting though. It was a brand new type of investigation called Informer Challenge.
Safety and peace. You want information about the city, I suppose? Right now, I don't have time. I must find some flags which have been stolen from our cache in the rich district of Damascus. But with this heat, my legs cannot carry me anymore. Would you be kind enough to help me? Return with the flags and I'll help you as best I can.
This investigation / minigame is pretty different from the others. I have 3 minutes to secure 20 flags that have been placed in and around the area. The flags are marked on my minimap, so there's some ease when it comes to acquiring them. The Informer Challenge ends up being akin to an obstacle course / a linear parkour run. The flags are aligned to where you can collect them all in one go. You just have to follow them across the platforms, rooftops, and objects. At the time, I didn't know that's how it worked and just went after any old flag that was lying around. Just by the skin of my teeth, I managed to complete it, but other than missing flags, I had to be wary of catching the attention of guards who were stationed on the roofs.
Thank you. The Rafik will be happy to see these flags returned. Perhaps this morsel of information will help you. I was invited by Abul to one of his lavish parties. I noticed the fountain in the middle of the Merchant King's palace could be easily climbed. Use this information wisely. Now, if you'd excuse me, I must go.
Another tidbit on how I might possibly reach Abul. While not the most informative, it's good enough for the game, which is good enough for me. I much prefer there to be some sort of element of surprise when it comes to taking down each target. That way I can read and react, which feels a lot more interactive to me. Either way, with the investigation down, I returned to the Bureau and prepared for my big hunt.
Peace be upon you, Altaïr. How may I serve you?
I've done as asked and learned all I need to know about my prey.
Then you must share your knowledge with me.
Abu Naqud is corrupt to the core and despised by his own citizens as a result. It appears he's been stealing money meant for the people of Damascus and spending it on himself. Even as we speak, he flaunts his greed, preparing for a lavish party. His guards and servants should have their hands full dealing with the guests. They won't even know I'm there.
Most impressive, my friend. The others said you'd make a mess of things, but not I. No, I was sure you'd come through, and come through you have. The Bureau is yours to do with as you please until you're ready to begin.
It's funny, I have to assume that Rafik is trolling Altaïr by telling him that the other assassins hate him. There's no way that he's oblivious to what he's saying, but who really knows? From the Bureau, my contract takes me west across the city. The Merchant King's party is being held in the palace, and its guards aren't letting anyone through. It probably wasn't that difficult to hop the fences and completely pass them, but I did see a Save the Citizen icon nearby on the map. Defeating his assailants and hearing him out, some scholars spawned in close by. Following them around the corner, they made way for Abul's party, and it was my perfect ticket inside. Stepping on through the palace's gates, I joined the other guests and waited for the Merchant King to make his appearance.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you all for joining me this evening.
Please eat, drink, enjoy all the pleasures I have to offer. Good, good. It pleases me to see you all so happy. For these are dark days, my friends, and we must enjoy this bounty while we still can. War threatens to consume us all. Salah ad-Din bravely fights for what he believes in, and you are always there to support him without question. It is your generosity that allows his campaign to continue. So I propose a toast then, to you, my dear friends, who have brought us to where we are today. May you be given everything you deserve for it. Such kindness! I didn't think it in you. You, who have been so quick to judge me, and so cruelly. Oh, do not feign ignorance. Do you take me for a fool? That I have not heard the words you whispered behind my back. Well, I have, and I fear I can never forget. But this is not why I called you here tonight, no. I wish to speak more of this war, and your part in it. You give up your coin quick as can be, knowing all too well it buys the deaths of thousands. You don't even know why we fight. The sanctity of the Holy Land, you'll say, or the evil inclination of our enemies. But these are lies you tell yourselves. No, all this suffering is born of fear and hate. It bothers you that they are different, just as it bothers you that I am different. Compassion, mercy, tolerance. These words mean nothing to any of you, mean nothing to those infidel invaders who ravage our land in search of gold and glory. And so I say, enough! I've pledged myself to another cause, one that will bring about a new world, in which all people might live side by side in peace. A pity none of you will live to see it. Kill anyone who tries to escape.
It turns out that this feast put on by the Merchant King was intended to be one big bloodbath. The wine was poisoned, and for those who didn't drink, shot down by arrows or cut down by swords. From here, a bull lingers around the balcony for a while longer. I can climb up the fountain in the middle area, however, I wanted a more subtle approach. Rounding the corner, I was able to scale the eastern walls of the palace and ended up directly behind the Merchant King. Unfortunately, my takedown wasn't so great. While attempting to jump on top of him, a feature I'm not even sure exists in AC1, I just sort of dropped down and alerted him and his guards. As soon as a bull caught wind of me, he started sprinting out of the palace. A chase ensued, but luckily, I was able to reach him pretty quickly and put an end to his life.
Be at peace now. Their words can no longer do harm.
Why have you done this?
You stole money from those you claim to lead, sent it away for some unknown purpose. I want to know where it's gone and why.
Look at me. My very nature is an affront to the people I ruled. And these noble robes did little more than to muffle their shouts of hate.
So this is about vengeance, then?
No, not vengeance, but my conscience. How could I finance a war in service to the same god that calls me an abomination?
If you do not serve Salah ad-Din's cause, then whose?
In time, you'll come to know them. I think perhaps you already do.
Then why hide? And why these dark deeds?
Is it so different from your own work? You take the lives of men and women, strong in the conviction that their deaths will improve the lots of those left behind. A minor evil for a greater good? We are the same.
No, we are nothing alike.
Ah, but I see it in your eyes. You doubt. You cannot stop us. We will have our new world.
It's interesting, Abul was one of the only targets to not try and justify his actions. Well, he kind of did, but it wasn't the same reasoning as the others. He never claimed that what he was doing was good and just. He knew that it was evil and that it was purely based out of vengeance. However, I was never able to find out who he served. While it sounded like the Merchant King acted of his own accord, he admitted to having a superior of some kind. This is something that's linked every single target so far, and something that only gets more troubling.
Word has reached me of your success, Altaïr.
Abu Nakud's reign of terror is at an end.
I'm glad to hear it.
He killed them. The men and women at his party. It was poison. A coward's tool. Blamed them for the war. Said he wished to end it.
Strange, but then again, the Merchant King was known to be a bit different. Perhaps this was simply a symptom of his madness.
Perhaps.
You sound unconvinced. Speak with Al-Mualim then. He may offer a better explanation.
Yes. We'll see what he has to say.
Come, Altaïr. Speak with me a moment.
As you wish.
Word has reached me of your success. You've my gratitude and that of the realm. Freeing these cities from their corrupt leaders will no doubt promote the cause of peace.
Can you really be so sure?
The means by which men rule are reflected in their people. As you cleanse the cities of corruption, you heal the hearts and minds of those who live within.
Our enemies would disagree.
What do you mean?
Each man I've slain has confessed strange words to me. They are without regret. Even in death they seem confident of their success. Though they do not admit it directly, there is a tie that binds them. I'm sure of it.
There is a difference, Altaïr, between what we are told to be true and what we see to be true. Most men do not bother to make the distinction. It is simpler that way. But as an assassin, it is your nature to notice, to question.
Then what is it that connects these men?
But as an assassin, it is also your duty to still these thoughts and trust in your master. For there can be no true peace without order, and order requires authority.
You speak in circles, Master. You commend me for being aware, then ask me not to be. Which is it?
The question will be answered when you no longer need to ask it.
I assume you called me here for more than just a lecture.
Very well. A rank and weapon are again restored to you. 2 more leaders remain. Go and see to it that their rule is ended.
There it is again, the assassins talk in circles, assuring Altaïr that everything is going to be fine. Meanwhile, the targets speak cryptically. New World Order, hidden agendas, what they're doing is right, etc. It's a very confusing road to navigate. As for my latest abilities and gear upgrades, my longsword now deals more damage, and I have the ability to dodge an enemy's attacks. As of right now, countering certainly seems like the way to go. It feels a little more productive, as I can get some damage in while dodging only prolongs the fight. However, I'm sure there will come a time or enemy type where dodging is absolutely necessary. Something worth discussing is that by now, we all probably get the premise of the game. The story itself is still unfolding, and there's a lot left to be told still, but in terms of gameplay, this is more or less it. Travel to the 3 cities, search around for clues on your target, assassinate said target, then return to the master. A common thread for the Assassin's Creed series is that AC2 to Revelations are the franchise's golden years. AC2 is where things really got fine-tuned and expanded upon. There's a whole bartering system, the world's a little more interactive, the story starts from the ground up, the characters are a little more fleshed out, etc. AC1 was certainly the building block for what came after it, and I think it deserves more credit than it gets. However, if you never played an Assassin's Creed game, I could understand if you felt like there wasn't enough offered in AC1. Either way, the next step in the adventure led me to the city of Acre. This time, my entrance was a little less rowdy, and I was able to actually plan out how I'd get inside of the city. Something I never noticed was some makeshift scaffolding sitting just above the city's gates. As it would turn out, I could scale some nearby obstacles and gain access to it no problem. From there, I could parkour my way right over the guards' heads and enter Acre no problem. Before heading to the bureau, I tried to feature the game that I had yet to explore. There was a group of soldiers harassing a citizen in the streets, something I've of course seen before. However, this one was different. It was a woman, and she wasn't dressed like a scholar. As soon as her assailants were defeated, this unlocked a group of vigilantes. Essentially, when I'm being chased through the streets of Acre, if my path leads me past the vigilantes, they'll block my pursuers and help me get away. That's certainly a useful feature. In any case, when ready, I visited the bureau and received some leads on my next target.
Rafik.
Word has spread of your deeds, Altaïr. It seems you are sincere in your desire to redeem yourself.
I do what I can.
And sometimes you do it well. I assume it is work that reunites us?
Yes. William of Montferrat is my target. What can you tell me of the man himself?
William has been named regent while the king conducts his war. The people see it as a strange choice given the history between Richard and William's son Conrad. But I think Richard rather clever for it.
Clever how?
Richard and Conrad do not see eye to eye on most matters. Though they are civil enough in public, there are whispers that each intends evil upon the other. And then there was that business with Akkar's captured Saracens. In its wake, Conrad has returned to Tyre, and Richard has compelled William to remain here as his guest.
You mean his hostage?
Whatever you wish to call it, William's presence here should dissuade Conrad from acting out.
I've never been one for politics.
But surely you realize your every action shapes the course of this land's future. You are a politician too, in your own way.
As you wish. Now where would you suggest I begin my search?
Richard's Citadel, southwest of here. Or rather, the market in front of it. You'll find the Cathedral of the Holy Cross in that direction as well. It's a popular place and should be filled with talkative citizens. Finally, try the border to the west, where the Chain and Hospitaller districts meet. That should start you on your way.
Very well. I won't disturb you further.
It's no trouble at all.
Southwest and west are my key directions here. Contract number 5, the halfway marker for this list, is William of Montferrat. It sounds like there's some family drama that's mixed in with the politics of Acre. Something that of course always ends well. Starting my search to the west, I interacted with more than a few synchronization points and still had no dice. Honestly, Acre is where I felt the game's difficulty really get ramped up. I experienced it a bit in Damascus, but these next two cities were something else. Sink spot after sink spot, and I still couldn't locate any investigations. Furthermore, within the new district, the city guard was always watching over me. Anything I did would rouse their suspicions, and this led to more than a few citywide chases. Finally, after quite some time, I got my first lead. A pickpocketing sequence was right underneath my sink spot.
What news?
Grim. I finished my scout. A direct assault won't work.
What's the trouble?
Archers. He's got them all over the fortress. And no easy way to reach them. They'd pick us off before we'd made it 10 feet inside.
You've kept a record, yes?
Aye. I've marked their positions on a map.
Bring it to the others. No doubt they'll have a use for it.
Very well. I'll go at once.
Stay strong, brother.
Yes. And you.
It turns out that William may not be the most popular guy in Acre. Others are plotting his demise too. Even though I'm about to put a dent in the, shall we say, Resistance's plans, we are all working towards the same goal. After a failed attempt and some prolonged battles, I tried again and this time successfully nabbed the map of William's archers. You know, one of the charms of Assassin's Creed, but also something that does get on my nerves, is the guard chase sequences. In a lot of ways, it's sort of like GTA. There are times when it's just so difficult to lose the cops and continue with what you were doing. That's exactly how it can feel in AC as well. My recording time for William of Montferrat is a little over an hour. I guarantee you if I was better at evading the soldiers or getting rid of my notoriety, I'd cut down the runtime by at least a quarter. In any case, after finally becoming incognito and activating another sync point, I managed to reveal my second investigation. It was yet another informer challenge.
Back again, Altaïr. Always in need of a hand to do your dirty work. This time, Al-Mualim did not order anything. It is just for my own pleasure that I ask you to find some Masyaf flags I've hidden in Richard's district. Since I am a loyal assassin unlike others, I will tell you what people are saying in Akka. It is important information. But this time, try to come back to me faster than the first time.
Well, that definitely did happen this time around. Finally realizing that there was a pattern/rhythm to the challenge, I simply followed the icons on the map and kept my eyes on where the next flag might have been. Very quickly, the Informer Challenge became one of my favorite minigames. It was fun, interactive, and it had a nice flow to it. Lo and behold, by the end of it, I was able to collect them all and return to my guildmate with a minute 37 still on the clock.
Your hard work is changing my opinion of you. Here is what I know about William of Montferrat. He and Richard had a disagreement before the king left for Jaffa. Since then, William stays in his citadel, surrounded by his army. Do you have what it takes to attack him in this protected environment? We'll see, but I am still doubtful.
Basically, what I've gathered so far is that William is going to be well protected. Arguably, he'll have even more coverage than, say, Abul or Talal. This will certainly make for a way more strategic approach than Garnier or Tamir. After finicking around with a sink spot on one of the churches and failing, I managed to fall right down in front of an unmarked interrogation challenge. I guess everything happens for a reason.
With one hand we engage him, but the other tries to embrace. What good could come of this when a king cannot decide what he truly wants? But William knows. If you would only listen. Stand up, friends. Do not allow yourself to be sent to slaughter based on the whims and wishes of an uncertain king. We must rely on men who are stronger in their convictions. Men like William of Montferrat.
More friction between the king and William. Perhaps something I could use to my advantage. Honestly, it's probably a me problem, but I found that with every interrogation mission, my marks don't go to a secluded alleyway anymore. Maybe they do and I just jumped the gun, but either way, I ended up having a field day with the local thugs. They always join in on the brawl and make my work a lot harder.
Stop! Enough! Enough! What is it you want? Gold? I've a few pieces on me. Take them. Take them and go.
It's not gold I seek, but information.
I know nothing.
You know William. Tell me how to reach him.
It's impossible. He meets at the king.
And when will the king be gone?
Today. But it won't help you. They're sure to argue, and then William will retire to lecture the soldiers. So it always goes. Richard berates William. William berates his men. He won't see you.
I already told you. I need to see William. I never said he needs to see me.
Then our business is done.
Not yet, I'm afraid. There's one last thing I need from you.
What is it?
Your life.
Altaïr always comes in with the dramatic one-liners. At first, I thought it was a little over the top, but you know what? If you just embrace it, it becomes fun and almost comical. Well, now I know a couple of the important details regarding William and his affairs. This certainly won't be an easy takedown, but that's what makes it more interesting.
Altaïr, what brings you back so soon?
I've done as asked and armed myself with knowledge.
Speak, and I will judge.
William's host is large and many men call him master, but he's not without enemies. He and King Richard do not see eye to eye.
It's true, they've never been close.
This works to my advantage. Richard's visit has upset him. Once the king has left, William will retreat into his fortress to brood. He'll be distracted. That's when I will strike.
You're sure of this?
As sure as I can be. And if things change, I'll adapt.
Then I give you leave to go. End the life of Montferrat, that we may call this city free.
From the bureau, the map leads me to the southwest region of Acre and right outside the fortress. Already, I can see a crowd gathering right outside of its gates. As soon as I touch down on the ground, King Richard marches out and William of Montferrat follows suit.
"3,000 souls, William. I was told they would be held as prisoners and used to barter for the release of our men."
The Saracens would not have honored their end of the bargain. You know this to be true. I did you a favor.
Oh, yes. A great favor indeed. Now our enemies will be that much stronger in their convictions. Fight that much harder.
I know our enemy well. They will not be emboldened, but filled with fear.
Tell me, how is it you know the intentions of our enemies so well? You who forsake the field of battle to play at politics.
I did what was right, what was just.
You swore an oath to uphold the work of God, William. But that is not what I see here. No, I see a man who's trampled it.
Your words are most unkind, my liege. I would hope I might have earned your trust by now.
You are Acre's regent, William, set to rule in my stead. How much more trust is required? Perhaps you'd like my crown.
You missed the point! But this is nothing new.
Much as I'd like to waste my day trading words with you, I've a war to fight. We'll have to continue this another time.
Do not let me delay you then, Your Grace. I fear there will be no place for men like him in the New World. Send word that I wish to speak with the troops. We must ensure that everyone is doing their part. Warn them that any negligence will be severely punished. I'm in no mood to be trifled with today.
Yes, my lord.
The rest of you, follow me.
Well, it was exactly as the interrogation challenge had foretold. William of Montferrat, all ruffled up and irritated at the king, has retreated into his fortress to berate his men. Since he's distracted, now's the perfect time to strike. As of this moment, this was definitely the assassination that I had the most trouble with. There were guards posted all over the fortress, and they found anything and everything suspicious. After some time scoping out the area, I found my best approach to be from the rooftops. I had to move extra carefully though, as there were archers overseeing the whole area. The trick was throwing knives. Anywhere that I wanted to move or could see myself going, I'd lob a knife at the guard on patrol. Eventually, I had a clear path to William's den. He was in a walled-off courtyard, surrounded by all of his men. I knew that this was going to be tricky, I just didn't know how tricky. Again, I tried to leap on top of William and assassinate him that way, but apparently this is still not a feature. So I just ended up landing in front of him and the entire fortress came down on me. I put up a good fight and almost had him, but I ended up perishing on this attempt. As for the next one, it more or less went the same way, with a smooth start but a poor execution. However, I was able to hold my ground a lot better in the 1v12 fight. Furthermore, I was finally able to take down William of Montferrat for good.
Rest now. Your schemes are at an end.
What do you know of my work?
I know that you are going to murder Richard and claim Akka for your son Conrad.
For Conrad, my son is an arse, unfit to lead his host, let alone a kingdom. And Richard, the Ancien is no better, blinded as he is by faith in the insubstantial. Acre does not belong to either of them.
Then who?
The city belongs to its people.
How can you claim to speak for the citizens? You stole their food, disciplined them without mercy, forced them into service under you.
Everything I did to prepare them for the new world. Stole their food? No. I took possession so that when the lean times came, it might be rationed properly. Look around. My district is without crime, save those committed by you and your ilk. And as for the conscription, they were not being trained to fight. They were being taught the merits of order and discipline. These things are hardly evil.
No matter how noble you believe your intentions, these acts are cruel and cannot continue.
We'll see how sweet they are, the fruits of your labors. You do not free the cities as you believe, but rather damn them. And in the end, you'll have only yourself to blame. You who speak of good intentions.
Well, it seems like with William's death, we're back to the whole for the good of the citizens. This time though, it seemed like William's actions were actually meant to be reactions, if that makes sense. He claims that the crimes he committed against the people were solely meant to prepare them for the new world. A food shortage only meant readying the rations for when times got tough. If anything, to me, William probably had one of the least convincing rationales. Not that the others were preaching truths, but him and Abul didn't really make me question my orders. In any case, escaping the Citadel was something else. Certainly not the easiest thing to do, as the gates were closed and there were guards everywhere. Luckily, I managed to scale the ramparts and find some scaffolding which I could use as platforms. From there, I spent the next little bit fleeing through the streets and trying to find cover. Business as usual. Eventually, I became unseen and had free access back into the bureau.
William of Montferrat is dead, and with him his plans for betrayal.
You've done well keeping Akka from his hands.
But why now, when the Crusaders require unity most? He could have waited.
Waited for what? For Richard to return and discover his schemes? No. It was the perfect time for him to strike.
Strange. I was sure he meant to take Akka for Conrad, yet he claimed this was not his plan.
You cannot trust the words of a snake, which even in death produces venom.
I should discuss this with Al-Muallim.
Yes, my friend. Make haste for Masyaf. I am sure he is eager for news.
Come, Altaïr. I would have news of your progress.
I've done as you've asked.
Good, good. I sense your thoughts are elsewhere. Speak your mind.
Each man I'm sent to kill speaks cryptic words to me. Each time I come to you and ask for answers. Each time you give only riddles in exchange, but no more.
Who are you to say no more?
I'm the one who does the killing. If you want it to continue, you'll speak straight with me for once.
Tread carefully, boy. I do not like your tone.
And I do not like your deception.
I have offered you a chance to restore your lost honor.
Not lost. Taken. By you. And then you sent me to fetch it again like some damn dog.
It seems I'll need to find another. A shame. You showed great potential.
I think if you had another, you'd have sent him long ago. You said the answer to my question would arise when I no longer needed to ask it. So I will not ask. I demand you tell me what binds these men.
What you say is true. These men are connected by a blood oath not unlike our own.
Who are they?
Non nobis, domine non nobis.
Templars.
Now you see the true reach of Roberto de Sablé.
All of these men, leaders of cities, commanders of armies.
All pledge allegiance to his cause.
Their works are not meant to be viewed on their own, are they? But as a whole, what do they desire?
Conquest. They seek the Holy Land not in the name of God, but for themselves.
What of Richard? Salah ad-Din?
Any who oppose the Templars will be destroyed. Be assured they have the means to accomplish it.
Then they must be stopped.
That is why we do our work, Altaïr. To ensure a future free of such things.
Why did you hide the truth from me?
That you might pierce the veil yourself. Like any task, knowledge precedes action. Information learned is more valuable than information given. Besides, your recent behavior had not inspired much confidence.
I see.
Altaïr, your mission has not changed. Merely the context within which you perceive it.
And armed with this knowledge, I might better understand those Templars that remain.
Is there anything else you want to know?
What about the treasure Malik retrieved from Solomon's temple? Robert seemed desperate to have it back.
In time, Altaïr, all will become clear. Just as the role of the Templars has revealed itself to you, so too will the nature of their treasure. For now, take comfort in the fact that it is not in their hands, but ours.
If this is your desire.
It is. You are restored another rank. Take back your weapon. Use it to bring honor to the Brotherhood. Altaïr, before you go...
Yes?
How did you know I wouldn't kill you?
Truth be told, Master, I didn't. I took a leap of faith.
That's certainly a decent bit to unpack. Altaïr finally stood up for himself and demanded answers. As it would turn out, all of my targets are actually Templars. They serve Roberto de Sablé in some capacity. Each man runs a sector of their respective city, and because of it, they have an incredible amount of influence over the region. It seems like the Templars' reach knows no bounds. However, with only 4 of the 9 remaining, my work is surely sending ripples through their plans of world domination. I'm sure you must have seen it in my recent weapons upgrade, but now, my throwing knife capacity has increased from 5 to 10. That is huge. As of late, the throwing knives have been my most prized weapon. They're extremely useful for setting up an assassination, as they can take down just about any patrol, and they're my only ranged weapon. This will most definitely help me for the final few contracts. My third and final assassination for Memory Block 4 leads me back to Jerusalem. Using the already active scholars, I was able to easily sneak my way into the city. From here, there was no dilly-dallying on my part. I shot straight for the bureau and sought out leads for my next target.
Safety and peace, Malik.
Word that the city was possessed of either. Why do you trouble me today?
Al-Mualim has marked Majd-ud-Din for death. What can you tell me about him?
Salah ad-Din's absence has left the city without a proper leader, and Majd-ud-Din has appointed himself to play the part. Fear and intimidation get him what he wants. He has no true claim to the position.
That ends today.
You speak too readily. This is not some slaver we're discussing. He rules Jerusalem and is well protected because of it. I suggest you plan your attack carefully. Get to better know your prey.
With your help, I will. Where would you have me begin my search?
What's this? You're actually asking for my assistance instead of demanding it. I'm impressed.
Be out with it.
As you wish. Here's where I would look. First, to the southwest near the mosque. After that, head south of here. There are 2 locations that might interest you. The southernmost church is one, the other is in the streets, near a synagogue.
Thank you for your help, Dai.
Don't foul this, Altaïr.
Southwest and south are my key directions here. Majd ad-Din is my next target, and according to the locals, he's a bit of a tyrant. I'm sure by now you've noticed the names King Richard and Salah ad-Din get tossed around a lot. You've probably also noticed that Acre has more of a European influence to it, Francophones and Christianity. Meanwhile, Damascus and Jerusalem have more of a Middle Eastern influence, with Islam and Judaism being the prime religions there. While Altaïr is busy with his mission, there are a lot of subtle and in-your-face elements regarding the war and turmoil in the Holy Land. Saladin united the Muslim armies of the region and is currently trying to drive out Richard the Lionheart. King Richard, the literal King of England, is here to reclaim the Holy Land in the name of God. While the leaders fight over land, the Templars fester in the shadows and push their agendas closer to world domination. While AC's lore is not in your face like many other franchises, it's certainly still very interesting and rich. In any case, back to the matter at hand, I ended up lucking out in Jerusalem.
They sent word you wish to speak with me.
Majd ad-Din intends another execution today. We must ensure all goes well.
It is my duty to serve.
Bring the document I've given you to your master. This way he'll know where my men are at all times. And be quick about it. We can ill afford any delays.
There will be none, you have my word. Is there anything else?
We've reason to believe they've infiltrated the city. Majd ad-Din fears for his safety. Truth be told, I don't blame him. A man in his position has many enemies.
I'm sure your men will keep him safe.
God willing.
My first sync spot ended up revealing 2 pickpocketing sequences. This definitely was a leg up compared to the previous 2 assassinations. I now know what Majd is up to today and have access to his men's positioning. However, it's more curious that there are unknown enemies of Majd who have, quote, infiltrated the city. Are these friends of Altaïr's, foes, a neutral party who shares a common goal? There's really only one way to find out, and that'll be at the execution.
Did you see the order? He wants us to repair a stage for another execution. Today!
It's the one at the western edge of Solomon's temple. I was on my way just now.
So much death.
Worried that our true leader might return and bring a measure of justice to this city.
Yes, and not this mockery Majd ad-Din parades before us.
How? How does something like this happen?
Everyone appointed in Salah ad-Din's stead is met with an untimely end. And now the position falls to him. He, who was once nothing more than the Emir's scribe.
How convenient. It would not surprise me to learn he was behind these accidents.
Shh! If the guards hear us, we'll be taken for treason. Executed on the very platform we have to repair. Come, let us return to work.
It sounds like Majd has been carefully set up to be Jerusalem's ruler in Saladin's stead. So much so that just about everyone who opposes him or threatens his title gets met with an execution. Pickpocketing the mark, I gain knowledge of the execution square and where the demonstration will be set up. Moving along, after a small tussle with some of Jerusalem's soldiers, I made it to my second sync point and managed to unveil 2 more investigations. Completing just 1 more would bring me straight to Majd's doorstep. For fun, I decided to just do the interrogation sequence and took a break from my beloved informer challenge.
For the law was given to us by God. Glorious and exalted is he. To defy it is to disrespect him. And there is no greater evil than this. Majd ad-Din understands. He works to cast out the wicked among us, that we may live righteous lives. There is no harm in naming them, those among you who defy the law. We are nothing without our faith, without its rules and its direction. To defy it is to defy the one who leads us. Such behavior cannot be allowed.
Another commoner who's been brainwashed or paid off by a Templar. Following him to what looked like a promising alleyway, I of course had to now take on 2 extra thugs in my brawl. The trick was to block every attack and then take 1 swing at the mark. This was of course easier said than done, and I'd take some damage in the long run, but it did eventually work.
Enough! I still breathe, so you must desire more than just my life. What is it?
You know Majd-ud-Din well?
Better than most.
He seems a bit too righteous. Is the law really so important to him?
What do you think?
I think he hides something, and I think you'll tell me what it is.
It's a veil. All of it. Men like me, we are meant to scare them, fill the people with fear. The ones he kills, not criminals, but dangerous all the same.
Dangerous to who?
His plans. Their plans. Yes, he speaks of others. Those he works with. Works for, perhaps. I am uncertain. They need the city, though. Controlling it is important to them.
Why?
You'll have to ask him yourself. Attend one of his executions. It's when he's most talkative, addressing the crowd, hands covered in blood.
Then we are done.
Majd is one of the few targets so far that's openly antagonized the city. You could argue that the Merchant King did so as well, but his wickedness only came out towards the last 20 minutes or so of his life. As for Majd though, all he has to do is threaten the common folk, the poor folk, and the nobles with an execution. He has the power to actually carry it out as well, and doing so only spreads more fear. It's an excellent and direct way for the Templars to take control of Jerusalem. Returning to the Bureau, Altaïr set up a plan of action for Majd's takedown.
What news, novice?
I am not a novice.
A man's skill is defined by his actions, not the markings on his robe.
We can trade barbs or do Al-Muallim's work. It's your decision.
Then be out with it.
Jerusalem's regent Majd-ud-Din is holding a public execution not far from here. It's sure to be well guarded, but it's nothing I can't handle. I know what to do.
And that is why you remain a novice in my eyes. You cannot know anything, only suspect. You must expect to be wrong, to have overlooked something. Anticipate, Altaïr. How many times must I remind you of this?
As you wish. Are we done?
Not quite. There is one more thing. One of the men to be executed is a brother. One of us. Al-Muallim wishes for him to be saved. Do not worry about the actual rescue. My men will take care of that. But you must ensure Majd-ud-Din does not take his life.
I won't give him the chance.
So I hope.
It certainly feels like Malik is always antagonizing Altaïr. It's not for nothing though, as my actions led to his brother's demise. In a lot of cases too, Malik has a point when it comes to Altaïr's confidence, or rather, his arrogance. He doesn't plan for the what-ifs. He, or in this case I, just take control of the situation and hope for the best. It's because of that that I'm being held back as an assassin. However, everyone has different approaches. I've always found that in the AC games, I'm more forward and aggressive when it comes to my assassinations. I like when a stealthy plan comes together, don't get me wrong, but if it doesn't, I'm always ready for a citywide brawl. In terms of reaching Majd's execution, I used the rooftops and gained access to the guarded off area of the city. Once inside, I could see everyone gathered around the gallows and knew that soon enough, my target would make his appearance.
Silence! I demand silence! People of Jerusalem, hear me well! I stand here today to deliver a warning. There are malcontents among you. They sow the seeds of discontent, hoping to lead you astray. Tell me, is this what you desire? To be mired in deceit and sin? To live your lives in fear?
No, we do not, never.
Then you wish to take action?
We do.
Your devotion pleases me. This evil must be purged. Only then can we hope to be redeemed.
This is not justice!
You've no right to do that! Who do you take yourself for?
and all of you stand idle, complicit in this crime.
God curse you all! See how the evil of one man spreads to corrupt others? They sought to instill fear and doubt within you, but I will keep you safe. Here now are four filled with sin: the harlot, the thief, the gambler, the heretic. Let God's judgment be brought down upon them all!
Honestly, this one wasn't fair. I started moving around in the crowd, got cut off by a beggar, and ended up pushing them to the side a little too aggressively. This caused a panic, everyone fled the scene, and all of a sudden, it was 1 versus 20 again. Furthermore, and perhaps for the better, Majd also decided to stay and get a piece of the action. Since this was going to be a tricky battle, I followed Kratos' advice from God of War and used a narrow pathway to negate superior numbers. AKA, I bullied the soldiers off of their ladders for as long as I could. It worked for a bit, but ultimately the rooftop got flooded. I countered and swung my blade around like a madman until finally I knocked Majd ad-Din off a building and defied the laws of physics in order to finish the job.
Your work here is finished.
No, it had only just begun.
Tell me, what's your part in all of this? Do you intend to defend yourself as the others have and explain away your evil deeds?
The Brotherhood wanted the city. I wanted power. There was an opportunity.
An opportunity to murder innocents.
Not so innocent. Dissident voices cut deep as steel. They disrupt order. In this, I do agree with the Brotherhood.
You'd kill people simply for believing differently than you.
Of course not. I killed them because I could. Because it was fun. Do you know what it feels like to determine another man's fate? And did you see the way the people cheered? The way they feared me? I was like a god. You'd have done the same if you could. Such power.
Once perhaps. But then I learned what becomes of those who lift themselves above others.
And what is that?
Here, let me show you.
So it sounds like Majd and Abul were genuinely crazy. They both served the Templars, but it seems like they got caught up in all of the power and abused it. Either way, with Majd's death, the city of Jerusalem can finally rest for a bit. That is, till another tyrant is picked as their current leader and the cycle continues. I suppose Altaïr's job though is to chop everyone down until that literally can't happen. Back to the escape, just because Majd died on the ladder, that doesn't mean that all of us mended. There was a citywide chase for Altaïr that went on for a couple of minutes. Every time I thought I was good to take cover, a random archer would spot me in the distance and the hunt for the assassin continued. Luckily for me, I managed to go incognito relatively close to the bureau. Crossing over a handful of rooftops, I dropped down into the base and handed the marker to Malik. This confirmed that 6 of the 9 targets were dead, and I was etching close to my final goal.
Jerusalem needs a new ruler.
So I have heard.
What's this? No words of wisdom for me? Surely I have failed in some spectacular fashion.
You performed as an assassin should. No more, no less. That you expect praise for merely doing as told, however, troubles me.
It seems everything I do troubles you.
Reflect on that. But do so on your way back to Masyaf. Your work here is done.
We done already?
Get up.
Whatever you say, Doc.
I'm ending the session. I'll be right there. You're sure about this? Yes. No. Everything's Denver. I don't see how he could... Of course. I understand. You're in a lot of trouble, Mr. Miles.
What's his problem?
They're coming for you.
Who's coming for me?
Assassins.
Hey, I had nothing to do with this.
Sounds like they're mounting some kind of rescue attempt. Guess you're more important than you realized.
Man, things just keep getting weirder and weirder around here.
It was bound to happen.
What do you mean?
That little fight your ancestors started during the Third Crusade, it never ended. You're being held by Templars.
Vidic's a Templar?
There's no way you could have known. They hide it so well. But to answer your question, Vidic works for them. We all do. Abstergo is their company.
I thought Templars were old dudes with funny hats who sat around drinking beer and plotting world domination with, like, the lizard people.
No, except the part about world domination, I guess. Look, Desmond, it's complicated. Half the stuff they say about the Templars comes from crazy tinfoil hat-wearing nut jobs. The other half is misinformation intentionally produced by the Templars themselves.
But they are the bad guys, right?
If there's one thing I've learned since I started working here, it's that there's no such thing. It's all so relative. I guess the best way to explain it is, what they want is good, but the way they're going about it, it's bad. Really bad.
What are they trying to do? Lucy?
Yes?
Miss Stillman, I need to speak with you. Get up here, now!
On my way, Doctor. I'm sorry, Desmond, I have to go. You should turn in for the night. The answers to all of your questions are right in front of you. You just have to know where to look.
Well, there you have it, the big reveal. Abstergo is actually the New Age version of the Templars. Desmond, a member of the Assassins, an order that's as old as the Templars themselves, has actually been taken prisoner by his true enemy. Vidic is a Templar and everyone who works with him are Templars. As we've seen, they strive for world domination. Abstergo is clearly planning on doing something big, and apparently Desmond's memories, or more specifically, his ancestors, play a big part in that final event. Something interesting to consider is that Desmond claims that he was once an assassin. What that means exactly is hard to tell. Did he kill people? Was he just into the lore? Or did the assassins take on a new quote form/regime in the modern day? Either way, it seems as though Desmond is more important than he thinks, as the guild is literally fighting their way through Abstergo to get him out of there. Maybe it's not him that they want, but Altaïr's memories. Using the hidden access code, I was able to exit Desmond's room and head back out into the lab. There seemed to be some sort of device left on the Animus. At first, I thought it was a lockpick, but I don't see where that would come in handy around here. Moving along to Vidic's computer, I had no dice there. I then tried the other doors in the room and nothing. Confused, I returned to the Animus and re-interacted with it. I ended up gaining access to the computer there. Furthermore, it logged me into Lucy's work email. Here, there were 6 emails I could sift through. 5 of them were in the inbox and 1 of them was in the outbox. A few of them were just Lucy and Warren bickering back and forth with one another. Vidic had lost his access keypen, likely the device that Lucy left behind for Desmond, and he was just telling Lucy to focus on her work instead. Then, the last few emails revolved around someone named Layla. If you recall, Vidic once threatened Lucy by telling her that she'd end up just like Layla. After that, the conversation went quiet and it wasn't touched upon again. Here, there are a few email chains where Lucy asks Warren what exactly he meant by that. As it would turn out, Lucy and Layla were friends. The official cause of Layla's death was, quote, an accident. No one at Abstergo cares to elaborate further, and the company ended up classifying her death records and reports. It's all too fishy, and to me, this helps to convey Lucy's doubts and distrust towards Abstergo and Vidic. Before, she was championing for him, as don't forget, he once saved her life, whereas now, she's wondering how far his schemes with the company actually go. Logging off the computer, the only thing I could do at this point is head to my quarters and rest for the night. Waking up the next morning, there was no strange visit from Vidic. Heading out into the lab, both the doctor and Lucy were already there, but today, something in the air was different.
Missed you this morning, Doc.
Get in the Animus.
Clearly, Vidic isn't in the mood for games and banter today. Whatever happened yesterday has him, and possibly Abstergo, spooked.
I trust you're well rested? Ready for your remaining trials?
I am, but I'd speak with you first. I have questions.
Ask them. I'll do my best to answer.
The merchant king of Damas murdered the nobles who ruled his city. Majd ad-Din in Jerusalem used fear to force his people into submission. I suspect William meant to murder Richard and hold Aqqa with his troops. These men were meant to aid their leaders. Instead, they chose to betray them. What I do not understand is why.
Is the answer not obvious? The Templars desire control. Each man, as you've noted, wanted to claim their cities in the Templar name, that the Templars themselves might rule the Holy Land and eventually beyond. But they cannot succeed in their mission.
Why is that?
Their plans depend upon the Templar treasure, the Peace of Eden. But we hold it now, and they cannot hope to achieve their goals without it.
What is this treasure?
It is temptation.
It's just a piece of silver.
Look at it.
What am I supposed to see?
This piece of silver cast out Adam and Eve. It turned staves into snakes, parted and closed the Red Sea. Eris used it to start the Trojan War, and with it a poor carpenter turned water into wine.
It seems rather plain for all the power you claim it has. How does it work?
He who holds it commands the hearts and minds of whoever looks upon it. Whoever tastes of it, as they say.
Then Garnier's men?
An experiment. Herbs used to simulate its effects, to be ready for when they held it.
Talal supplied them. Tamir equipped them. They were preparing for something. But what?
War.
And the others, the men who ruled the cities, they meant to gather up their people, make them like Garnier's men.
The perfect citizens, the perfect soldiers, a perfect world.
Roberto de Sablé must never have this back.
So long as he and his brothers live, they will try.
Then they must be destroyed.
Which is what I've had you doing. There are 2 more Templars who require your attention. One in Akka, known as Sibrand. One in Damas, called Jubair. Visit with the Bureau leaders. They'll instruct you further.
As you wish.
Be quick about it. No doubt Roberto de Sablé is made nervous by our continued success. His remaining followers will do their best to expose you. They know you come, the man in the white hood. They'll be looking for you.
They won't find me. I'm but a blade in the crowd.
Here, my gift to you, in gratitude for the good work you've done.
Another huge aspect of the Assassin's Creed games comes to light. The Peace of Eden is often the focal point for each installment of AC. As you can tell from Al-Mualim's description, it's able to produce miracles. Every single religious miracle can be attributed to the Peace of Eden's influence. The Templars are obviously after this relic, and they'll stop at nothing to retrieve it. It's why each target has carried out their respective atrocity. Everything was in preparation for world domination, or as Altaïr said, the perfect world. It sounds like it mostly has an effect on people who revere it though, hence why Altaïr seems rather uninterested in its effects. To him, it's just a relic. He's far more concerned with stopping the Templars and putting an end to their plans. From the end of Al-Mualim's discussion, that's again the game hinting that going forward, the final 3 targets are going to be much more difficult to get to. This includes everything from the guards, the soldiers, the search area, the investigations, their base of operations, etc. For now, the Master has given me 2 names, Targets 7 and 8. Following the theme of rotating through certain cities, I decided to start my search for Jubair in Damascus. Arriving at the city gates, I thought it best to infiltrate Damascus in style. It was quite the abrupt way to enter the city, but it worked and all I had to do from there was evade capture. Once ready, I visited Rafik at the bureau and got pointed in the right direction.
It's the hero of Damas. Come in, stay a while. Tell me all about your adventures.
I'm afraid I don't have the time.
I see. Too important for me now.
It's not that.
No, of course not. How may I serve you then?
Al-Mualim has asked I take the life of the one they call Jubair.
Ah, Salahadin's chief scholar. Strange choice of target in my opinion. But who are we to question the Master's will? I'm sure he has his reasons.
Then you're familiar with the man.
He's been quite busy these past few days, organizing the scholars and sending them into the streets to preach.
What do they speak of?
Light and fire, cleansing sins, apocalyptic nonsense if you ask me. All this talk of paths and a new world.
What about this new world?
Couldn't say. I don't pay attention to the ramblings of madmen. Much too busy with real work.
Very well. I'll walk among the people, see what I can learn. Where would you suggest I search?
South of here, you'll find an academy and a guard tower. They're both good places to search. There's also a hospital to the east you might want to visit.
I'll begin at once.
So eager. You've certainly changed, and for the better, I might add.
Searching south and searching east seem to be good starting points. Jubair is the scholar of the group. It's certainly interesting that someone who holds that much knowledge is so willing to steer the world away from learning and growth. From free will to a nation of super soldiers. Interestingly, my search for leads on Jubair still only has me needing to complete 3 investigations. I thought for sure this memory block would see a rise to at least 4. However, the catch is of course that now I have the entire city to explore. There could be leads in any of the 3 districts. While I had no luck with my first sync point, I was fortunate enough to run into a pickpocketing sequence just near it.
Please, I must go. This letter must be delivered, and I cannot risk upsetting him.
Listen to yourself. You are his puppet. Give up this task and join us in our fight.
No. I have a wife and child to think of.
Which is exactly why I've come to you. Is this the kind of world you want your son brought up in?
It will pass. If you just wait, he'll stop, and everything will go back to normal.
Every day, more is lost, and no way to reclaim what's taken. There will be no going back. You know this to be true.
Enough. I am leaving.
Whatever Jubair is doing to Damascus, it's apparently irreversible. However, the same can pretty much be said for all of the Templars. Taking the note from my mark, it informs me that Jubair is surrounded by loyal men. Again, what else is new? The search for the next 2 investigations took me some time to find. The second sequence was an interrogation, and I only caught it as I had heard Jubair's name being screamed over and over again.
This is our chance to begin anew. Let Jubair lead you to revelation. Let him lead you to the light. Jubair sees things the way they truly are. Sees the poison you carry in your hearts and minds. He works to cast it out. Remove all texts from your homes and schools. Give them to us. They must be destroyed.
Following the mark, I'm sure you can guess exactly how the preceding events went. A simple 1-2 combo turns into an all-out street fight. In case you were curious, the guards don't intervene at all when Altaïr and the citizens are hurling their fists around. Apparently, that's not weird enough for them, but lightly bumping into someone is.
Violence is not the answer, my child.
In this we agree, so speak and I may stay my blade. What is it your master intends? Why destroy all this knowledge?
We lay the stones to build a road upon which soon all men will travel. It leads to a better tomorrow.
That is not what I see.
Then you are blind. The words upon these parchments, they are poison. Jubair holds the cure. He'll free us from their lies.
It's nonsense you speak. You've lost your mind.
No, not lost, but found. I see the world for what it truly is. He has shown me so much. I am illuminated.
A fanatic is all you are, and dangerous for it.
Do what you must. It changes nothing. We are not afraid.
You should be.
You won't believe your eyes. I have many things.
So it turns out that the irreversible thing that Jubair is doing is destroying knowledge. The mark talked about scrolls and books that were filled with poison. I'd assume then that the Templar is taking every piece of Damascus's literature and getting rid of it. This leaves the public with little to no references or information. It leaves their minds in the dark and makes them more susceptible to brainwashing, exactly like what was seen with the interrogation mark. After rolling through a few more synchronization points, I finally hit it big and discovered 3 different sequences. Only needing one, I chose the local eavesdropping mission, thinking that it would be an easy one. Well, it actually ended up leading to a lot of fighting, death, and wasted time. I think that was a deliberate choice by Ubisoft there. The pair of marks were inside a small walled-off area that was patrolled by highly suspicious guards. Needless to say, the Informer challenge or the pickpocketing sequence would have been a lot easier to carry out.
I wish to see him, to hear him speak.
It can be arranged, but we must be careful. There are still those who reject illumination. They would harm him.
Then they are ignorant and afraid.
You seem sincere, but how do I know I can trust you?
It hurts me to even hear you ask the question.
Very well. We gather each day in the madrasa. He comes to speak, and then leads us into the city that we might cleanse it.
Could I join you then?
Understand that it is a difficult path we walk. Our work demands sacrifice.
I understand.
Then come and meet with us. Let us see how strong you really are.
Now I know where I'll find Jubair. He apparently holds secret meetings in a place called the Madrasa. With this information, along with all of the other fragments I picked up, this should be enough to strike against him.
What news, Altaïr?
I've learned much about my enemy.
Share what you know then.
Jubair has become obsessed with purging the city of its knowledge.
A most terrible crime. Now I see why Al-Mualim wants you to remove him.
He's using the city scholars to assist him. They go out into the streets, harassing the people and collecting all their written works. I fear he intends to destroy them all.
He must be stopped.
That's why I'm here. He's to hold a meeting soon, at the Madrasa al-Qallasa. It's where I'll go. It's where I'll take his life.
I'll leave you alone to prepare. Bring glory to the Brotherhood.
Jubair's meeting at the Madrasa is located just southeast of the Bureau. I found it easiest to infiltrate via the rooftops. Taking out the patrols and archers, I made my descent to the balconies within the structure and caught a glimpse of Jubair's madness.
Every single text in this city must be destroyed.
My friend, you must not do this. Much knowledge rests within these parchments, put there by our ancestors for good reason.
And what reason is this?
They are beacons, meant to guide us, to save us from the darkness that is ignorance.
No, these bits of paper are covered in lies. They poison your minds, and so long as they exist, you cannot hope to see the world the way it truly is.
How can you accuse these scrolls of being weapons? They are tools of learning.
You turn to them for answers and salvation. You rely more upon them than yourselves. This makes you weak and stupid. You trust in words, drops of ink. Do you ever stop to think of who put them there? Or why? No, you simply accept their words without question. And what if those words speak falsely? As they often do. This is dangerous.
You are wrong. These texts give the gift of knowledge. We need them.
You love your precious writings? You do anything for them?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Then join them! Any man who speaks as he is just as much a threat. Do any else among you wish to challenge me? Good. Your orders are simple enough. Go out into the city. Collect any remaining writings and add them to the piles in the streets. When you're done, we'll send a cart to collect them, that they may be destroyed.
This is the most unique assassination yet. Instead of showing me where Jubair is, I instead have half a dozen markers on my local map. These are all of his possible locations. Each one has a soldier who's dressed exactly like him. They're making demands for the citizens' books in hopes of adding them to the burning pile. Every time I intervene with one of the markers, it gets crossed off, but that lets me know that Jubair isn't there. Eventually, after going through so many trials and errors, I just started to run past every single marker and accepted that the growing number of guards were going to chase me down. Soon though, I ended up landing on Jubair. He wasn't a warrior or as confident as the Templars who came before him, at least not right now. The scholar booked it across the city and made way for the guard tower. I couldn't catch up to him, and because of that, must have had 20 or so guards with their swords in my face. Emboldened by his backup, now Jubair decided to stand his ground and fight. While the odds were against me, I put up one heck of a battle. I used the high ground, cut down most of my foes, and almost had Jubair. I was so close, but I lost it in the end and ended up perishing. If anything, this now took the crown for the most difficult assassination. Fortunately, I had a lot more success in my second attempt. I still had to take on a small army, as many of the events unfolded the same way. However, Jubair was among the first to die in the fighting.
Why? Why have you done this?
Men must be free to do what they believe. It is not our right to punish one for thinking what they do, no matter how much we disagree.
Then what?
You of all people should know the answer. Educate them. Teach them right from wrong. It must be knowledge that frees them, not force.
They do not learn, fixed in their ways as they are. You are naive to think otherwise. It's an illness for which there is but one cure.
You're wrong, and that's why you must be put to rest.
Am I not unlike those precious books you seek to save? A source of knowledge with which you disagree, yet you're rather quick to steal my life.
A small sacrifice to save many. It is necessary.
Is it not ancient scrolls that inspire the Crusaders? That fill Salah ad-Din and his men with a sense of righteous fury? Their texts endanger others, bring death in their wake. I too was making a small sacrifice. It matters little now. Your deed is done, and so am I.
From here, I had a much easier time escaping the army. A couple of rooftops crossed and I was out of their sight. Jubair seems to have been somewhat of a madman, another Templar who was overcome with power and greed. He sought to control the masses via ignorance, and because of that, he ended up with a giant target on his back.
Altaïr, tell me you've met with success.
Yes, Jubair's fires are extinguished. His life as well.
Excellent news. I had no doubt you'd succeed.
You should have seen it. The scholars followed him so readily. Wasn't just books they fed to fire either, but any man who opposed them.
Such ignorance breeds only evil. You've done a good thing this day.
As with my other targets, he believed he was doing the right thing, clearing a path to a better future.
Of course he would. Such is the landscape of a madman's mind.
The things I've seen these past few weeks, it's as if all the land has gone mad.
And this is why we fight to end the war, that sanity might return. The people are desperate for direction. It's easy for men like Jubair to prey on this and turn them towards evil. You should go, Altaïr. Return to Al-Mualim. Tell him what you saw. Let him know the good you've done this day.
Safety and peace, Rafiq.
Upon you as well.
Welcome home, child. What news?
Another of the named is put to rest.
Then it would appear your work is nearly complete, and your status restored.
A question, Master, if I may.
Ask, and I will answer.
Why these men, Jubair and Sibrand?
Don't you see? They paved the way for change. Ensure threats both old and new are not given cause to intervene.
To weaken them is to weaken our enemy. I suppose that makes sense.
Were these men to continue their work, our work would quickly be undone.
How is that? We've caused them much grief.
We strike at the arms, yes, but this is a hydra that you face, and it is quick to replace that which is severed.
Then we should lop off its head and be done with this.
Soon, soon. We are close. Only one more man stands between us and our ultimate goal.
I will return to my work. The sooner this last man dies, the sooner I might face our true enemy.
Before you go, I have a question for you.
Of course.
What is the truth?
We place faith in ourselves. We see the world the way it really is, and hope that one day all mankind might see the same.
What is the world, then?
An illusion. One which we can either submit to, as most do, or transcend.
What is it to transcend?
To recognize nothing is true and everything is permitted. That laws arise not from divinity but reason. I understand now that our creed does not command us to be free. It commands us to be wise.
Do you see now why the Templars are a threat?
Whereas we would dispel the illusion, they would use it to rule.
Yes, to reshape the world in an image more pleasing to them. That is why I sent you to steal their treasure. That is why I keep it locked away. And that is why you kill them. So long as even one survives, so too does their desire to create a new world order. Take your equipment. Seek out this last man. With his death, Roberto de Sablé will at last be vulnerable.
It will be done.
Safety and peace upon you, Altaïr.
My final two marks are Sibrand of Acre and then of course Roberto de Sablé, the man who technically kicked off this entire journey for Altaïr. I'm now so close to finishing my adventure. However, what of the Peace of Eden? Is it really as simple as Al-Mualim is making it out to be? Why does he want the peace for the assassins? Wouldn't it be better to cast it somewhere far so that way no one can get their hands on it? Surely it's not safe for just one man to possess it, as is the case with Al-Mualim. Furthermore, what of Desmond? It seems like things are only escalating over at Abstergo. The The assassins are attacking, Lucy's being threatened, Vidic's patience is growing thinner and thinner. Surely their 7-day deadline is almost up, right? And then what happens next? As the story enters its endgame, the events only continue to ramp up. Soon, all will be revealed. Troubling twists come to light, the enemy will be faced head-on, and the fates of many get decided. It's now time to cross off the 8th name from my list, Sibrand. With him out of the way, I'll be able to strike against Roberto de Sablé and truly put an end to the Templar schemes. I can only imagine what trials await me though. I had a pretty tough time taking down Jubair, so the last lackey before the big boss, this should get interesting. Wanting to get my sword arm warmed up, I decided to enter the city of Acre via the local scholars. Defeating the corrupt soldiers outside the walls worked well to get Altaïr's blood flowing. Gaining access to the city, I ran straight for the bureau and sought out the local Rafik.
Greetings, Altaïr. What news?
Al-Muallim has named another. Calls himself Sibrand.
I am familiar with the man. Newly appointed leader of the Knights Teutonic, he resides in the Venetian Quarter and runs Akka's port.
I'll start my work at once.
Here are the places where you should focus your search. On the docks east of here, among the ships and their crews. At the chapel to the northeast, near the cross overlooking the port. And to the north, in front of St. John's Gate.
This is most helpful. My thanks for the guidance.
Altaïr.
Yes, Rafik.
I owe you an apology.
For what?
For doubting your dedication to our cause.
No, it was I who erred. I believed myself above the creed. You owe me nothing.
As you wish, my friend. Go in safety.
North, northeast, and east would have been my key takeaways here. To break the fourth wall a bit, there was a lot of real-world commotion going on around me at the time, and I couldn't hear a single word of this conversation. So, for the time being, I stumbled through the city in search of any possible lead. I visited any synchronization points I could find, and for a good while, I came up short. I went southwest to the bureau, probably the worst possible direction to go in, and of course, there was nothing. However, during my bender through the southern district, I did lay eyes on Acre's Port. This was a previously blocked off area of the city. Putting 2 and 2 together, I decided to make my way over and began activating some of the local sync points. This also happened to be the eastern part of Acre, which was exactly where the Rafik wanted me to go. The port certainly had a different aesthetic from the rest of the game. It actually brought me back to AC Black Flag, a game I hope to play on this channel one day. Besides, what, there are only 4 more games to go, not including the rest of this one? Either way, for the time being, my search led me away from the docks and back into the city. It only took me an astounding 25 minutes to find my first investigation. I'll save you all the trouble though, I couldn't complete it. It was an Informer challenge, only this time, I wasn't collecting flags, I was collecting lives. My guildmate wanted me to eliminate about half a dozen Templars. I had 4 minutes to do so, and they were scattered around this particular district. Sounds easy enough, but of course there's always a catch. At the time, I didn't know the proper or best strategy for this type of mission. If I'm caught or made by any of the other Templars or local guards, I instantly fail the sequence. I must have tried this challenge 5 or 6 times, and each try I'd get caught. Sometimes I'd get pretty close to completing it, with only about 2 or so Templars remaining, but I just couldn't seal the deal. Furthermore, every time I failed, I had to re-listen to my nutty guildmate talk about how the demons are after him and that they only speak through steel. It got to the point where I became too impatient, and if you know stealth games, you'll know that that's not a good combination. So, for my own sanity, I decided to abandon this investigation and search for others. After knocking down a few more sync points, I managed to uncover a pickpocketing mission, something that was a little more up my alley.
You tell him I said no. I won't have you damn soldiers poking about in my business.
Listen here, old man.
No, you listen to me. This is my property, not his. I don't care if Christ himself put the man in charge.
He isn't asking. It's in order.
That's rich. The man couldn't order his way out of a burlap sack. I've seen the mess he's made of the docks. I won't let him ruin mine.
Just read the letter. You'll see his terms are quite generous.
I grow tired of this. Look, I'll consider what he has to offer, but I doubt it'll change my mind. Now go on, get out of here.
It sounds like Sibrand is trying to acquire more property. The mark specifically calls out the docks and the consequences that have come from the Templars' actions. Snagging the letter, it details that Sibrand doesn't have any soldiers overseeing the northern side of the docks. This is information that'll come in handy for the kill itself. Looking around for my next investigation, I hit a sink spot that revealed 2 more. One was an informer challenge and the other was an interrogation. Still miffed from the previous informer, I decided to knock out the latter, plus it was right underneath me.
Complaints and concerns must be presented to the guild representative at the Court of the Chain. Failure to comply will result in imprisonment. All dock vessels must be cleared of crew and cargo. Captains are to present themselves to a representative from the Teutonic Order for reassignment. Any attempt to maintain possession of a claimed vessel will be punished severely.
It sounds like Sibrand is really tightening things up at the docks. Wasting no time and trying a new technique, I didn't even let my mark walk away. I started throwing punches where he stood. I used to think that I had to beat people up away from the city guard, but in reality, it's staying away from the local thugs that matters way more.
It's not my fault. I'm only following orders. If you want your ship back, speak with the court.
That's not what I'm after.
Then what?
Sibrand's claimed near 100 ships. For what purpose?
A blockade. They're to sail for open water and establish a perimeter.
For what? Does Salah ad-Din intend to strike from sea?
No, it's not he we defend against, but ships from home, to deny Richard more troops.
Why would one of Richard's own want to see him weakened in this way?
I don't know. Ask Sibrand. They're his orders. I'm just meant to carry them out. Now, please, let me go. I've told you all I know.
I'm sorry. I cannot risk you telling him I'm here.
That's definitely a weird one. Why would Sibrand, a loyal soldier of King Richard, want to cut off the Christian reinforcements? They'd only help his side win the war. That is, if they are indeed on the same side. Either way, continuing along, I again won't waste too much of your time with the second informer challenge. This one was a tad bit easier. I only had to take out 3 Templars as opposed to 6, and my time limit was only cut down by a minute. However, every time I thought I'd have a clean hidden kill, someone would spot me and I'd have to restart the instance. Rest assured, I would eventually figure out how to best approach these new kinds of informer challenges. It just wouldn't happen in Acre. So yet again, putting my wings to the sky, I sought out more synchronization points and stumbled onto my third and final investigation, another pickpocketing sequence.
He's done. We moved the last of the food stores onto his ship this morning.
How much is there?
Enough for several weeks.
What's he planning, I wonder?
Perhaps he intends to flee. Something's got him very scared. Anyway, I must be off. He asked I deliver a letter to a courier at St. John's Gate. I best not keep him waiting.
This information certainly coincides with what I just learned. If Sibrand does intend to sail off and form a blockade, he'll need plenty of provisions. Who knows how long they'll need to fend off Richard's army for. This sequence took me a couple of tries to complete. I think at this point in my hunt for Sibrand, I was just too impatient and fed up from the informer challenges. Finally though, I had swiped the note, and it revealed that Sibrand would soon retreat to his personal vessel. Perhaps that's only if he feels threatened, or maybe it's just a matter of time. Either way, with all 3 investigations marked off, I returned to the bureau and came up with a game plan.
Greetings, brother. How fares your search?
I've learned all there is to know about my target.
Share your knowledge with me then.
Sibrand is said to be consumed by fear, driven mad by the knowledge that his death approaches. He has sealed the docks district, and now hides within waiting for his ship to arrive.
This will make things dangerous. I wonder how it is he learned of your mission.
The men I've killed, they are all connected. Al-Muallim warned me that word of my deeds has spread among them.
Be on your guard, Altaïr.
Of course, Rafik. But I think it will be to my advantage. Fear will weaken him.
Sibrand seems to be one of the few targets, if not the only target in the game, who knows I'm coming. We'll soon see what kind of role that plays in the story. Sibrand is currently out on Acre's docks. Slipping past the on-duty guards and a few of the Templar warriors, I managed to locate the 8th target. Oddly enough, a crowd had formed around him and a citizen.
You are mistaken, Master Sibrand. I would never propose violence against any man, and most certainly not against you.
So you say, and yet no one here will vouch for you. What am I to make of this?
I live a simple life, my lord, as do all men of the cloth. It is not for us to call attention to ourselves.
Perhaps. Or perhaps they do not know you because you are not a man of God, but an assassin!
Never!
You wear the same robes.
If they cover themselves as we do, it is only to instill uncertainty and fear. You must not give in.
Are you calling me a coward? Challenging my authority? Are you perhaps hoping to turn my own knights against me?
No. I don't understand why you're doing this to me. I've done nothing wrong.
I don't recall accusing you of any wrongdoing, which makes your outburst rather odd. Is it the presence of guilt that compels a confession?
But I confess nothing.
Ah, defiant to the very end.
What do you mean?
William and Garnier were too confident, and they paid for this with their lives. I won't make the same mistake. If you truly are a man of God, then surely the Creator will provide for you! Let him stay my hand!
You've gone mad! Will none of you come forward to stop this? He is clearly poisoned by his own fear, compelled to see enemies where none exist.
It seems the people share my concern. What I do for Acre! Stay vigilant, men. Report any suspicious activity to the guard. I doubt we've seen the last of these assassins. Persistent bastards. Now get back to work.
Well, it seems as though Sibrand is on high alert, and the reason is because of me. From here, the Templar captain slinks back to a dinghy and gets brought over to a ship. At first, I wasn't sure on how to approach this. There were Templars all over the place, and the docks in front of me were being watched by a handful of guards. For my first approach, I was able to take out the soldiers on the docks, and by going low profile, I could slip past the rest. However, I still wasn't sure how to get to Sibrand. I tried the platforms in the water as well as some of the nearby boats. Alas, these didn't work, and each time I'd end up desynchronizing. Looking around some more, I noticed the southern side of the docks ran out a little further than the rest. So, heading over there, I managed to get atop the connecting point and crossed over towards Sibrand's ship. Going low profile past a few more soldiers, I was finally able to lay eyes on my target. Sibrand was pacing back and forth. He was being watched over by 2 guards. My initial plan was to take them out via throwing knives and then getting close for the hidden blade kill. However, getting a little too greedy, I got too close to the ship and was made right away. Thinking I'd have to take on Sibrand and a dozen Templars, I started to fight back. However, peering at my local map, I saw that Sibrand was making a break for it. This was perfect. All I had to do was chase him down with my hidden blade and get close. Breaking out of the fight, I began legging it across the docks and back into Acre. I managed to catch up to Sibrand relatively quickly. He was certainly a lot slower than Jubair, and as soon as he rounded the street corner, I was able to pounce.
Please, don't do this.
You are afraid.
Of course I am afraid.
But you'll be safe now, held in the arms of your god.
Have my brothers taught you nothing? I know what waits for me. For all of us.
If not your god, then what?
Nothing. Nothing waits. And that is what I fear.
You don't believe?
How could I, given what I know, what I've seen? Our treasure was the proof.
Proof of what?
That this life is all we have.
Linger a while longer then, and tell me of the part you were to play.
A blockade by sea. To keep the fool kings and queens from sending reinforcements once we...
Conquered the Holy Land?
Freed it, you fool. From the tyranny of faith.
Freedom? You worked to overthrow cities, control men's minds, murdered any who spoke against you.
I followed my orders, believing in my cause. Same as you.
So it sounds like the Templars are a third party, or in this case a fourth party, to the war in the Holy Land. This was already hinted at by William, but made clear by Sibrand. Richard fights for the Christians, Saladin fights for the Muslims, the Templars fight for world domination, and I guess by extension, the Assassins fight for free will. Either way, with 8 of the Templar leaders dead, surely they no longer have ground to step on. Altaïr has been able to hack away at their organization from the feet up. Now all that's left is the head, but what good is it without the rest of the body parts?
Altaïr, you've caused quite a stir.
I've done as requested. Sibrand's life is ended.
So it is. So it is. You should ride for Masyaf and inform Al-Muallim of your success.
Yes. I should return and speak to him. Of this and other things.
Is everything alright, my friend? You seem distant.
It's nothing, Rafik. Just a lot on my mind.
Talk to me then. Let me help.
I need to make sense of this myself first. But thank you for the offer.
It is the men you kill, isn't it? You feel something for them.
How?
Ah, my friend. You are not meant to enjoy these grim tasks. Regret, uncertainty, sympathy. This is to be expected.
I should not fear these feelings.
You should embrace them. They are what keep you human.
What if I'm wrong? What if these men are not meant to die? What if they mean well? Misguided, perhaps, but pure in motive.
I am but a Rafik, Altaïr, and such things are beyond me. Perhaps Al-Muallim can help you to make sense of it.
Yes, perhaps. Thank you, Rafik.
It is my pleasure to have served with one as skilled as you.
Not a lot of time, Vidic.
Understand there's a narrow launch window.
Wherever it's hidden, time to retrieve it.
Working on it.
And when it's done,
he'll be taken care of.
I want that progress report by tomorrow morning.
I've got some work I need to do, so you've got the rest of the night to yourself.
Finally, some new voices from Abstergo. However, they don't sound all that friendly. In fact, their motives seem rather nefarious. I'm not going to pretend to not know what Vidic meant when he said Desmond will be taken care of. If Lucy and Layla were any indication on Desmond's fate at Abstergo, the writing's been on the wall for quite some time.
I think there's a problem with the Animus.
Nope, it's working fine.
I'm pretty sure it just ejected me
I'm
when
pretty sure you should shut up.
You ready to finally tell me what's going on?
We have to stop them, Desmond. When they access that last memory of yours, they're just getting started. They want to change everything. The way we live, the way we think, the way we are. You've gotten the lecture from Vidic about what's wrong with the world, how we need order and discipline, so they're going to give it to us. Only we don't have a say in the matter.
How?
The Templar treasure. They think it...
Miss Stillman?
I'm here.
I need you to upload Desmond's files to the database.
Got it.
So what? You're using me to find this Templar treasure? What do they call it? The Piece of Eden?
Yes.
Well, it's looking like it's at Masyaf, so I don't know why they're wasting all this time with me. Why don't they just send their people to pick it up?
They can't. It's not that simple. The artifact from Masyaf, they had it. It was destroyed in the accident.
Then what are they hoping for me? For my ancestor to tell them?
They're hoping he'll show them where the other ones are.
You mean there's more than one of these things?
Oh, Desmond, you have no idea.
Is there a problem, Miss
No,
Stillman?
Warren. Everything's Denver on my end.
Then, where are the files?
I've got to move these files before he gets suspicious. We'll talk more later.
Well, perhaps obvious to those who have played the game, or to those who have been following the story closely, this is another bombshell. Abstergo is looking for the Piece of Eden. Not necessarily the one from Altaïr's story, as according to Lucy, it had been destroyed, but one of the many that are still out there in the world. I suppose at the end of Altaïr's memory blocks, the location to at least one other will be revealed. Furthermore, it almost seemed like Lucy had purposefully pulled Desmond out of the Animus prematurely. This was more than likely done to show the player what's at stake. A couple more visits to the Animus, Abstergo gets what they need, and then Desmond becomes a loose end, and we all know what Abstergo does with loose ends. The people here are not the good guys and can't be trusted. Not that we needed that kind of reassurance though.
Time's wasting, Mr. Miles.
Yeah, I'm coming.
We're nearly done, you know.
And then what?
You'll see. Maybe they'll even let you watch when it begins. It's not as terrible as you think.
Look, I know you're not gonna let me leave. So why not tell me what's going on? Humor me.
I'm not an idiot, Mr. Miles. I think you've already learned quite a bit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course not.
All right, let me ask you something else then.
Yes?
Some of the stuff I'm seeing in the Animus, sometimes it seems wrong. Untrue, like the history is off somehow. It doesn't...
It doesn't what, Mr. Miles? Match up with what you read on an online encyclopedia? What your high school history teacher taught you? Let me ask you something. Do these supposed experts have access to secret knowledge kept hidden from the rest of us?
There are books, letters, documents, all sorts of source material from back then. Some of it seems to contradict what the Animus is showing me.
Anyone can write a book, and they can put whatever they want on its pages. Anything. Used to be, we thought the world was flat.
Some people still do.
Yes, and they publish books about it. Or that the moon landing was a hoax. I believe there's also a book claims the world was created in 7 days. A bestseller, too.
Where's this going, Doc?
The point, I suppose, is that you shouldn't trust everything you hear, everything you read. What's that your ancestors said? Nothing is true?
Everything is permitted.
Yes, exactly. It's part of what makes the Animus so spectacular. There's no room for misinterpretation.
There's always room.
Touché, Mr. Miles. Now that I've answered your question, can we begin?
I think something that Ubisoft nailed was Dr. Vidic's character. He can often be temperamental. Sometimes he bursts into Desmond's quarters, engages in banter, comes off as condescending, and continues to prove his arrogance. Other times he's frustrated, grumpy, and flat out angry. He'll come up short with both Desmond and Lucy. To me, the beauty is in the details. He's an irredeemable character in my eyes, and that's what makes him the perfect villain.
We are close, Altaïr. Roberto de Sablé is now all that stands between us and victory. It is his mouth gives the orders. His hand pays the gold. With him dies the knowledge of the Templar treasure and any threat it might pose.
I still don't understand how a simple bit of treasure could cause so much chaos.
The piece of Eden is temptation given form. Merely look at what it's done to Robert. Once he tasted of its power, the thing consumed him. He saw not a dangerous weapon to be destroyed, but a tool. One that would help him realize his life's ambition.
He dreamed of power then?
Yes and no. He dreamed, still dreams, like us, of peace.
But this is a man who sought to see the Holy Land consumed by war.
No, Altaïr. How can you not see when you're the one that opened my eyes to this?
What do you mean?
What do he and his followers want? A world in which all men are united. I do not despise his goal. I share it. But I take issue with the means. Peace is something to be learned, to be understood, to be embraced.
He would force it.
And rob us of our free will in the process.
Strange to think of him in this way.
Never harbor hate for your victims, Altaïr. Such thoughts are poison and will cloud your judgment.
Could he not be convinced then to end his mad quest?
I spoke to him in my way through you. What was each killing if not a message? But he has chosen to ignore us.
Then there's only one thing left to do.
Jerusalem is where you faced him first. It's where you'll find him now. Let this final offering lend you strength. Go, Altaïr. It's time to finish this.
I now have access to an additional 5 more throwing knives. This brings the total count to 15, which is huge and will help me along the rest of my journey. My sword has also been upgraded, allowing me to deal even more combat damage. Again, with what awaits me in Jerusalem and beyond, I'll be needing it. It was interesting to hear Al-Mualim say that him and Roberto de Sablé have the same goals. Did he mean world peace or a new world order? I suppose he's right though, in that the Templars' means are not justified by the ends if it results in the destruction of free will. As assassins, it feels like we strive for balance, ensuring that fate runs its course properly. A war here, a battle there, it's not the end of the world. However, vying for total control via a magical artifact, that's most certainly too far. Either way, it's time to finish the story. Heading to Jerusalem, I infiltrated the city in style, and after clearing my notoriety, I paid a visit to Malik at the bureau.
Safety and peace, Altaïr.
Upon you as well, brother.
Seems fate has a funny way with things.
So it's true then. Roberto de Sablé is in Jerusalem.
I've seen the knights myself.
Only misfortune follows that man. If he's here, it's because he intends ill. I won't give him the chance to act.
Do not let vengeance cloud your thoughts, brother. We both know no good can come of that.
I have not forgotten. You have nothing to fear. I do not seek revenge, but knowledge.
Truly you are not the man I once knew.
My work has taught me many things, revealed secrets to me. But there are still pieces of this puzzle I do not possess.
What do you mean?
All the men I've laid to rest have worked together, united by this man. Robert has designs upon the land. This much I know for certain. But how and why, when and where, these things remain out of reach.
Crusaders and Saracens working together?
They are none of these things, but something else. Templars.
The Templars are a part of the Crusader army.
Or so they'd like King Richard to believe. No, their only allegiance is to Roberto de Sablé and some mad idea that they will stop the war.
You spin a strange tale.
You have no idea, Malik. But tell me where they've been seen. I should be after him before he slips away.
3 places I can say for certain. West of here, near both a guard tower and a hospital. And to the southwest, at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. See what you can learn. I will do the same.
I'll be quick as I can.
Stay safe, my friend.
West and southwest are my key takeaways. This time, I actually heard what the Rafiq, or rather the Dai, had to say. According to the AC Wiki, Malik is considered a Dai, a rank higher than Rafiq, but one that holds the same sort of duties. In any case, Malik is slowly becoming one of my favorite characters in the game. His character arc is really great, and that's likely because it's tied to Altaïr's. As Altaïr becomes a better assassin and grows more considerate, Malik's discontent for him does a slow 180. What started out as hatred turns into a mutual respect. In any case, back to the matter at hand, while out looking for sync points, I managed to stumble onto an investigation. Only, it ended up being yet another informer challenge.
Safety and peace, Master. Have you seen all the vile Templars in town? I have been ordered to kill as many as I can before the burial of your latest victim, Majd Uddin. I am sure if it were your mission, it would be done in no time. I have learned much while looking for those Templars. I will share valuable information with you when you get back.
Deciding to give it one more go, I had 5 minutes to strike down 5 Templars. This time, I smartened up and made way to the rooftops. From there, I realized that I could lock onto any target that was on the ground and also lob a throwing knife at them. This was an absolute game changer, and very quickly, informant challenges became fun again. This time, the only thing I had to worry about was being seen by the archers. However, there's a good 10 or so second period before they turned hostile. This was plenty of time to look around for them, throw a knife, and move on. Plus, 15 throwing knives really made a difference. I could clear out as many archers as I needed, miss a couple of my throws, and still have more than enough projectiles. When the deed was done, I safely returned to my guildmate and received my first bout of information.
I know now why I joined our clan. Just to be in your presence is a gift from God. This is what I have learned about Robert's men. They are well prepared for battle. To fight them all at once would be unwise. Better to let them chase you for a while before striking back. But it is disrespectful for me to tell a master how he should behave in combat. Forgive me, Master.
Certainly an odd piece of advice. Don't fight back right away, let them chase me. I suppose their numbers are going to be greater, so in some way it does make sense. It's just odd. Either way, roaming around Jerusalem some more and activating more sync spots, I managed to discover my second investigation. It was an interrogation and among the easier ones to handle.
Welcome them with open arms. In this way, we might forgive the sins of the past and bring about a better tomorrow. We must be strong, we must be brave, and we must find the courage to face those we once called our enemies and now instead call them friends. The Crusaders come to Jerusalem, bringing with them an opportunity to end the fighting, to stop the war. That we may stand as one, we must not turn them away.
I followed my mark to an alley that was as secluded as it gets. However, there were a bunch of thugs roaming the intersections of either side of it, surely an intentional design by Ubisoft. Fortunately, my intuition was right for once, and I was able to pummel the guy to a pulp without anyone intervening.
You speak of peace, but your words are hollow.
No, I speak the truth. Why would you say other?
You're a Templar.
So I am.
Then you are also a liar and a fraud, just like your master. Where is he? What does he intend?
It's peace he seeks, I swear it. And the proof is in his actions. A Christian at a Muslim's funeral. We want an end to all of this.
Only because it serves your needs.
But this is a noble thing we want. The land will be united beneath our banner.
United through force. You'd enslave us all.
It is for the best.
No, it's not. And so long as my brothers and I breathe, you will not succeed.
Another odd piece of information. I wouldn't say I really learned much off of these last two marks. Roberto de Sablé's intentions and motives are shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, why would Robert risk his life at the funeral of Majd? He never showed much care for the other Templars, and Jerusalem isn't exactly a friendly city to him. Something's off about this hunt. Either way, my next sync spot revealed my third and final investigation, another informer challenge.
Altaïr, my savior, you must help me. I was shadowing my prey, a group of Templars, when they saw me. I took flight, and although I evaded them, I twisted my ankle. I'm pathetic, I know. Please, don't tell Malik. I did overhear them say they were leaving town. Find them and kill them. Then I will reward you.
This time, there are only 2 Templars to assassinate, and I have 3 minutes in total. Furthermore, the first one is located up on the rooftops. His death was swift and quiet. The second Templar was back on the ground. However, from the high ground, a simple knife throw would continue to do the trick. When ready, I returned to my guildmate with plenty of time to spare.
I am forever grateful. Malik would never have forgiven me. Here's what I know about the burial of Majd. Reaching Robert might prove difficult, given the number of guards around. You should befriend some scholars to approach him. That shouldn't be a problem for someone of your skill.
Again, another obvious piece of advice. Altogether, I was told to run away from Robert's guards, I was told that his motives are questionable, and I was told to blend in with the scholars. What exactly is going on with this contract? This is supposed to be the final kill, the big death to end it all, so what gives? Why does it seem so elementary?
You've the scent of success about you, brother.
I've learned much about our enemy.
Share your knowledge then. Let us see what can be done with it.
Robert and his Templars walked the city. They've come to pay their respects to Majd ad-Din. They'll attend his funeral, which means so will I.
What is this that Templars would attend his funeral?
I have yet to divine their true intentions, though I'll have a confession in time. The citizens themselves are divided. Many call for their lives. Still others insist that they are here to parley, to make peace.
Peace?
I told you. The others I've slain have said as much to me.
That would make them our allies. And yet we killed them.
Make no mistake, we are nothing like these men. Though their goal sounds noble, the means by which they'd achieve it are not. At least, that's what Al-Muallim told me.
So what is your plan?
I'll attend the funeral and confront Robert.
The sooner the better. Fortune favor your blade, brother.
Malik, before I go, there's something I should say.
Be out with it.
I've been a fool.
Normally I'd make no argument, but what is this? What are you talking about?
All this time, I never told you I was sorry. Too damn proud. You lost your arm because of me. Lost Qadar. You had every right to be angry.
I do not accept your apology.
I understand.
No, you don't. I do not accept your apology because you are not the same man who went with me into Solomon's temple. And so you have nothing to apologize for.
Malik.
Perhaps if I had not been so envious of you, I would not have been so careless myself. I'm just as much to blame.
Don't say such things.
We are one. As we share the glory of our victories, so too should we share the pain of our defeat. In this way, we grow closer. We grow stronger.
Thank you, brother.
Rest if you need to, Altaïr, that you might be ready for what lies ahead.
My friendship with Malik appears to come full circle. From friends, maybe, to enemies, definitely, back to friends and respected colleagues. It's one of Altaïr's few relationships in the game that gets fully fleshed out and receives a satisfactory ending. However, we're far from the actual end of this story, and there's still a lot that can and does happen. Making my way across Jerusalem's rooftops, I cleared out the city's archers and arrived at Maj's funeral. I was able to completely avoid the guards on the ground and had ease of access into the crowd. On the other side, I could see Roberto de Sablé and his band of Templars.
Amen. We gather here to mourn the loss of our beloved Majd-ud-Din. Taken too soon from this world. I know you feel sorrow and pain at his passing, but you should not. For just as we are all brought forth from the womb, so too must we all one day pass from this world. It is only natural, like the rising and the setting of the sun. Take this moment to reflect on his life and give thanks for all the good he did. Know that one day you will stand with him again in paradise.
Amen.
As you know, this man was murdered. We have tried to track his killer, but it has proved difficult. These creatures cling to the shadows and run from any who would face them fairly. But not today, for it seems one stands among us. He mocks us with his presence and must be made to pay. Seize him! Bring him forward that God's justice might be done!
I never stood a chance for the stealthy assassination. Robert, his Templar soldiers, and Jerusalem's guard made me from the get-go. It's not very surprising though, as de Sablé would remember what Altaïr looked like. At first, I tried to put up a fight at the cemetery. There were only a handful of enemies, and Robert was one of them. However, after getting my rear kicked, I remembered the advice that I had gotten. Let them chase me. Booking it through the streets might not have been the best decision though. It did save my life, as I was dangerously low to desynchronizing, but at the same time, I must have attracted the attention of at least half a dozen more enemies. At one point, I was lucky enough to have reached an Animus milestone, eliminating 3 Templars, something I thought I had already done, but oh well. From there, the game fully healed me, which was actually a game changer. This was where I decided to take a stand and fight back. Soldier after soldier, guard after guard, I cut down anyone who stood in my way. The goal was to have a final showdown between just me and Roberto de Sablé. Although, something was off about him. In fact, this whole mission felt strange. The clue gathering, the investigation, the search, the circumstances. Then, Roberto de Sablé never took his helmet off. While the uniform and armor were the same ones that he once wore, how could I verify that it was truly him? And finally, the icing on the cake, his voice. Behind the mask, I could hear a higher-pitched scream, and there was a lack of French. The voice did not match Robert's, and from there, I knew that this had to have been an imposter.
I would see your eyes before you die.
I sense you expected someone else.
What sorcery is this?
No sorcery. We knew you'd come. Robert needed to be sure he'd have time to get away.
So he flees.
We cannot deny your success. You have laid waste to our plans. First the treasure, then our men. Control of the Holy Land slipped away. But then he saw an opportunity. To reclaim what has been stolen, to turn your victories to our advantage.
Al-Muallim still holds your treasure, and we've routed your army before. Whatever Robert plans, he'll fail again.
Ah, but it's not just Templars you'll contend with now.
Speak sense.
Robert rides for Asa to plead his case that Saracen and Crusader unite against the Assassins.
That will never happen. They have no reason to.
Had, perhaps. But now you've given them one. 9, in fact. The bodies you've left behind, victims on both sides. You've made the assassins an enemy in common and ensured the annihilation of your entire order. Well done.
Not 9. 8.
What do you mean?
You were not my target. I will not take your life. You're free to go, but do not follow me.
I don't need to. You're already too late.
We'll see.
A clever diversion put on by de Sablé. While I am here in Jerusalem, scheming to take his life, he's uniting the holy armies and attempting to level Masyaf. The work is already done for him. Robert's stand-in has a point. It looks really bad on the assassins that were at the center of each murder, regardless of our reasoning. I can only hope that I'm not too late. If Robert succeeds, the combined might of the Christian and Muslim forces will rain down on the assassins. If de Sablé is clever enough, which I think he is, he'll make himself readily available to snatch the Piece of Eden and enact his plan of world domination.
It was a trap.
I had heard the funeral turned to chaos. What happened?
Roberto de Sablé was never here. He sent another in his stead. He was expecting me.
You must go to Al-Mu'alim.
There's no time. She told me where he's gone, what he plans. If I return to Masyaf, he might succeed. And then, I fear we'll be destroyed.
We have killed most of his men. He cannot hope to mount a proper attack. Wait, did you say she?
Yes, it was a woman. Strange, I know. But that's for another time. For now, we must focus on Robert. We may have thinned his ranks, but the man is clever. He goes to plead his case to Richard and Salah ad-Din, to unite them against the common enemy. Against us.
Surely you're mistaken. This makes no sense. These two men would never...
Oh, but they would. And we have ourselves to blame. The men I've killed, men on both sides of the conflict, men important to both leaders. Robert's plan may be ambitious, but it makes sense. And it could work.
Look, brother. Things have changed. You must return to Masyaf. We cannot act without our master's permission. It could compromise the Brotherhood. I thought you had learned this.
Stop hiding behind words, Malik. You wield the creed and its tenets like some shield. He's keeping things from us. Important things. You were the one told me we could never know anything, only suspect. Well, I suspect this business with the Templars goes deeper. When I'm done with Robert, I will ride for Masyaf that we may have answers. But perhaps you could go now.
I cannot leave the city.
Then walk amongst its people. Seek out those who served the ones I slew. Learn what you can. You call yourself perceptive. Perhaps you'll see something I could not.
I don't know. I must think on this.
Do as you must, my friend. But it's time I ride for Arsuf. Every moment I delay, our enemy gets one step ahead of me.
Be careful, brother.
I will be. I promise.
I've been a bit spoiled as of late. After every successful assassination, the game gives me the option to fast travel out of the city. Now you're telling me that I have to walk to the city gates? This is simply unacceptable. Jokes aside, the game now takes itself in a slightly different direction. Gone are the days of stealth, schemes, and planning. Now, I get to go through a bit of a beat-em-up portion of Assassin's Creed, and you know what? I actually really enjoyed it. It was a step in a different direction, and it felt refreshing to just lay waste to my enemies. From Jerusalem, I exited back out into the kingdom. For the first time in a while, I had to gallop my way across the Middle East. Again, simply because I hadn't done it for some time, I really didn't mind it as much here. The wind in Altaïr's face, the sound of my horse's hooves hitting the countryside, plowing through innocent civilians, triggering the soldiers, all the feelings I missed. Navigating my way through the Holy Land, I soon made it to the entrance of Arsuf, a brand new space. Right off the bat, I could tell that this was a war-torn land. Smoke in the distance, broken barricades, and foot soldiers rushing overhead. This must have been the true start to their fighting. Up until now, everyone has told me that both sides were still marching to the battlefield. Spotting my first couple of enemies, Altaïr was certainly not a welcome sight for the NPCs. Anyone on the ground level would turn their attention and aggro onto me. If anything, I feel like this was a test for the player's combat skill. At first, it started out with a handful of soldiers. Pocket groups here, a couple of Saladin soldiers there. But very quickly, the numbers jumped from 3 enemies at a time to 10. A couple of slashes each and they'd perish, but it was still easy to get overwhelmed if you didn't focus on defense. The pathway led me further into the battlefield. As I got closer to the marker, more and more NPCs would spawn in and press the attack. Eventually, The war efforts changed over from the Muslim army to the Christian one. I began taking on Crusaders, about as challenging as Saladin's forces. This was how I knew that Roberto de Sablé was close. Rounding the corner of Masyaf, I could see the Christian encampment, King Richard himself, Roberto de Sablé, and a small army of Templars.
Come no further. Hold a moment. It's words I bring, not steel.
Offering terms of surrender then. It's about time.
You misunderstand. It's Al-Muallim who sends me, not Salah ad-Din.
Assassin! What is the meaning of this? And be quick with it!
You've a traitor in your midst.
And he has hired you to kill me? Come to gloat about it before you strike? I wouldn't be taken so easily!
It's not you I've come to kill. It's him.
Speak then, that I may judge the truth. Who is this traitor?
Pausing for dramatic effect, gotta love it, I got in close to King Richard and was quickly surrounded by the soldiers.
Roberto de Sablé.
My lieutenant!
He aims to betray.
That's not the way he tells it. He seeks revenge against your people for the havoc you've wrought in Acre. And I am inclined to support him. Some of my best men were murdered by some of yours.
It was I who killed them, and for good reason. Hear me out. William of Montferrat. He sought to use his soldiers to take Acre by force. Garnier de Naplouse. He would use his skills to indoctrinate and control any who resisted. Sibrand. He intended to block the ports, preventing your kingdom from providing aid. They betrayed you, and they took their orders from Robert.
You expect me to believe this outlandish tale?
You knew these men, better than I. Are you truly surprised to learn of their ill intentions?
Is this true?
My liege, it is an assassin that stands before us. These creatures are masters of manipulation. Of course it isn't true.
I've no reason to deceive.
Oh, but you do. You're afraid of what will happen to your little fortress. Can it withstand the combined might of the Saracen and the Crusader armies?
My concern is for the people of the Holy Land. If I must sacrifice myself for there to be peace, so be it.
This is a strange place we find ourselves in. Each of you accusing the other.
There really is no time for this. I must be off to meet with Saladin and enlist his aid. The longer we delay, the harder this will become.
Hold a moment, Robert.
Why? What do you intend? Surely you do not believe him?
It is a difficult decision, one I cannot make alone. I must leave it in the hands of one wiser than I.
Thank you.
No, Robert, not you.
Then who?
The Lord. Let this be decided by combat. Surely God will side with the one whose cause is righteous.
If this is what you wish.
It is.
So be it. To arms, assassins!
From here, the fighting continues. 9 Templar soldiers surround Altaïr. These are some of the best enemies that the game has to offer. It certainly wasn't a walk in the park, and I did end up dying on my first attempt. For this one, my strategy was to get as many licks in as possible whenever I could. Normally, I'd just wait for the counterattack. However, that wouldn't do for this fight. They were too tanky, too strong, and their numbers were too great. Slowly, I was able to work my way through and cut them down one by one. Eventually, I had slew the final Templar and Roberto de Sablé stepped on up. For him, I decided to go back to the basics. His moves were actually fairly predictable too. He'd grab and I'd counter. He'd attack and I'd counter. Don't get me wrong, he'd land a hit and Altaïr would be in a world of pain. But it wouldn't last for too long, and before I knew it, I was delivering the final strike.
It's done then. Your schemes, like you, are put to rest.
You know nothing of schemes. You're but a puppet. He betrayed you, boy, just as he betrayed me.
Speak sense, Templar, or not at all.
9 men he sent you to kill, yes? The 9 who guarded the treasure's secret.
What of it?
It wasn't 9 who found the treasure, assassin. Not 9, but 10.
A 10th? None may live who carry the secret. Give me his name.
Oh, but you know him well. And I doubt very much you'd take his life as willingly as you've taken mine.
Who?
It is your master, Al-Mualim.
But he is not a Templar.
Did you never wonder how it is he knew so much? Where to find us, how many we numbered, what we aspired to attain?
He is the master of the assassins.
Oui, master of lies. You and I just two more pawns in his grand game. And now, with my death, only you remain. Do you think he'll let you live, knowing what you do?
I've no interest in the treasure.
Ah, but he does. The only difference between your master and I is that he did not want to share.
No.
Ironic, isn't it? That I, your greatest enemy, kept you safe from harm. But now you've taken my life, and in the process, ended your own.
Well fought, assassin! It seems God favors your cause this day.
God had nothing to do with it. I was the better fighter.
Ah, you may not believe in him, but it seems he believes in you. Before you go, I have a question.
Ask it then.
Why? Why travel all this way? Risk your life 1,000 times, all to kill a single man.
He threatened my brothers and what we stand for.
Ah, vengeance then?
No, not vengeance. Justice, that there might be peace.
This is what you fight for? Peace? Do you see the contradiction?
Some men cannot be reasoned with.
Like that madman, Saladin.
I think he'd like to see an end to this war as much as you.
So I've heard, but never seen.
Even if he doesn't say it, it's what the people want. Saracen and Crusader alike.
The people know not what they want. It's why they turn to men like us.
Then it falls to men like you to do what is right.
Nonsense. We come into the world kicking and screaming, violent and unstable. It is what we are. We cannot help ourselves.
No. We are what we choose to be.
Your kind. Always playing with words.
I speak the truth. There's no trick to be found here.
We'll know soon enough. But I fear you cannot have what you desire this day. Even now, that heathen Saladin cuts through my men and I must attend to them. But perhaps, having seen how vulnerable he is, he will reconsider his actions. Yes, in time, what you seek may be possible.
You were no more secure than him. Do not forget that. The men you left behind to rule in your stead did not intend to serve you for longer than they had to.
Yes. I am well aware.
Then I'll take my leave. My master and I have much to discuss. It seems that even he is not without fault.
He is only human, as are we all. You as well.
Safety and peace be upon you.
I said get up, goddammit! Listen!
Oh no.
Seems your assassin friends found us.
What?
How'd you do it, Desmond?
Hey, look, I don't know what you're talking about, but whatever's going on down there has got nothing to do with me.
They're here for you, and I sure as shit didn't invite them. What's the situation down there?
We're taking heavy fire.
Can you contain it? Or do I need to evacuate the prisoner?
Only 5 or 6. We've got them outnumbered. Couple of wounded, but we'll pull through. We'll get it under control.
God damn you, Desmond. You couldn't leave well enough alone.
I told you I had nothing to do with this. How would I even contact them? Telepathy? Come on.
Doesn't matter. They'll be dead soon enough. Here, have a listen.
That's been neutralized.
Looks like the cavalry won't be coming.
Dunno, Doc. We're freaking out a minute ago. Your little research facility not as secure as you thought it was? Worried they'll be back with more?
I don't think so, Desmond.
What Lucy here is trying to say is that there aren't any assassins left to come for you. We've been very busy this past year, hunting down your little enclaves, your desert communes and whatnot. I'm afraid you're on your own. Rest up, Mr. Miles. Tomorrow, we finish this.
I'm sorry, Desmond.
You mentioned the desert. Do you think...
They sent a team there, but the place was deserted. I don't know where your parents are, and I can't promise they're still alive. But I think they got away.
Thanks. Thanks for checking.
It's not as bad as it seems.
What are you talking about? They just literally killed, my only chance of getting out of here. And then I find out the assassins are all but destroyed, and Christ, I still don't know what these people are planning. But I do know they plan to kill me when they're done. I am screwed, okay? What do you want me to do?
Just try and have a little faith. Have faith. Rest up, Desmond. You're gonna need the energy.
There is a lot to unpack there. For starters, the most glaringly obvious one, Al-Mualim was working with the Templars. He was a member of the party who found the Piece of Eden. After retrieving it for himself, he sent his best assassin, Altaïr, to cut down those who also had a claim to it. He coveted the apple for himself. Why though, and what he intends to do with it remains to be seen. Next, the assassins are getting really close to rescuing Desmond. However, according to Vidic and even Lucy, it seems like they're close to eradication. The Templars have done a good job at wiping them out. Fortunately for Desmond though, it's revealed that Lucy is working with the assassins. It's not something that gets touched upon too much in AC1, but essentially anyone who dons the hidden blade needs to sacrifice their ring finger. That thing that Lucy did with her hand, a small gesture to let Desmond know that she's been on his side all along. Well, it seemed like the game was going to end with Robert's death. It appears as though there's actually another final boss. Furthermore, tomorrow in the Animus, it'll be Desmond's final memory block. All will be revealed, and after that, well, let's just say he better enjoy his banter with the doc now.
Get up!
Even earlier than usual, Doc.
I'd like to get this over with as quickly as possible.
If you say so.
Don't be so glum, Mr. Miles. Today is a historic day, one that will be remembered for years to come. Remembered by some of us, anyway.
Now, I'm not a violent person, but sometimes I wish I could just sock Dr. Vidic. Desmond would probably be allowed a freebie too, since Abstergo needs him so badly. One good right hook and that's it, that's all I'm asking for. Either way, today is the finale. It's what everything's been leading up towards. The Templars, Al-Mualim, the Piece of Eden, what Abstergo's been looking for, it's all led up to this moment.
Where is everyone?
Gone to see the Master.
Was it the Templars? Did they attack again?
They walk the path.
What path? What are you talking about?
Towards the light.
Speak sense.
There is only what the Master shows us. This is the truth.
You've lost your mind.
You too will walk the path, or you will perish. So the Master commands.
It was Al-Mualim, wasn't it? What's he done to you?
Praise be to the Master, for he has led us to the light.
The villagers are dazed and confused. They speak cryptically, practically as if they're brainwashed. The streets of Masyaf are barren, and the world appears to be more muted. Something's definitely happened, and I'd bet Altaïr's top dollar that Al-Mualim's behind it. Further up the road, I started to run into some of the village's guards. As I got close to them, they began to surround me. Taking a few more steps forward, the guards drew their blades and started to swing. Again, like I mentioned before, it's non-stop action from here on out in Assassin's Creed. Defeating all of my assailants wasn't that tricky of a task. If anything, the fighting here was easier than it was in Arsuf. However, the guards were able to reinforce their numbers pretty quickly. When I thought it was over, more would join in on the fight. I continued to hold my ground, but I knew that each kill was technically a brother of the guild. Wondering how much longer it would go on for, suddenly the tides turned. A few of my attackers dropped dead all at once, and the others ran off.
Altaïr! Up here!
You picked a fine time to arrive.
So it seems.
Guard yourself well, friend. Al-Mualim has betrayed us.
Yes. Betrayed his Templar allies as well.
How do you know?
After we spoke, I returned to the ruins beneath Solomon's temple. Robert had kept a journal, filled its pages with revelations. What I read there broke my heart. But it also opened my eyes. You were right, Altaïr. All along our master has used us. We were not meant to save the Holy Land, but deliver it to him. He must be stopped.
Be careful, Malik. What he's done to the others, he'll do to us given the chance. You must stay far from him.
What would you propose? My blade arm is still strong and my men remain my own. It would be a mistake not to use us.
Distract these thralls then. Assault the fortress from behind. If you can draw their attention away from me, I might reach Al-Mualim.
I will do as you ask, Dai.
The men we face, their minds are not their own. If you can avoid killing them.
Yes. Though he has betrayed the tenets of the Creed, it does not mean we must as well. I'll do what I can.
It's all I ask. Safety and peace, my friend.
Your presence here will deliver us both.
Like I said earlier, Malik has quickly become one of my favorite side characters. It's nice to have some backup here, especially considering Al-Mualim's taking control of literally everyone else. Ascending to the fortress, everything seemed eerily quiet. As soon as I stepped foot inside its walls, the gates of the castle shut behind me. There was now no escape for whatever awaited me inside. Up by the entrance of the fortress itself, I could see every single citizen gathered by its doors. They were just standing there and watching me. Getting in close, no one did anything. They all just seemed to be frozen in place. Surely this was Al-Mualim's doing, forcing them to be his puppets. Entering the structure, it was too barren. There were no signs of the master or the other assassins. Exiting out into the courtyard, the gate back into the fortress shut behind me. I knew that this is where I'd find Al-Mualim, and that this was where we'd have our final showdown.
No! What's happening?
So, the student returns.
I've never been one to run.
Never been one to listen either.
I still live because of it.
What will I do with you?
Let me go.
Oh, Altaïr. I hear the hatred in your voice. Feel its heat. Let you go? That would be unwise.
Why are you doing this?
I found proof.
Proof of what?
That nothing is true. And everything is permitted. Come. Destroy the betrayer! Send him from this world!
All of a sudden, I find myself taking on the 9 members of the Templar Order. Everyone I had killed is somehow here. Garnier, William, Jubair, Talal, Robert, Sibrand, Majd, Abul, and Tamir. 9 dead men are able to fight Altaïr and inflict damage. Is this some kind of magic or some kind of trick? Well, when one of them dies, a flash of light comes over their body. It then reveals their corpse to be one of my fellow assassins, so it's certainly a trick, but how's he doing it? The light seems to be produced by the Peace of Eden. Al-Mualim can brainwash an entire village, make Altaïr see dead people, and freeze him in place. Just how powerful is this artifact?
Face me! Or are you afraid?
I have stood before 1,000 men, all of them superior to you, and all of them dead, by my hand! I am not afraid.
Prove it.
What could I possibly fear? Look at the power I command.
Using the Peace of Eden, Al-Mualim creates 9 clones of himself. Contrary to the last fight, my goal is to find and beat the real version. It's obviously easier said than done. Really, it's the luck of the draw on which one I take down. Fortunately, defeating the 3rd or so variant of Al-Mualim seemed to do the trick, and before long, I was on to the final phase of the fight.
Have you any final words?
You lied to me. Called Robert's goal foul when all along it was yours as well.
I've never been much good at sharing.
You won't succeed. Others will find the strength to stand against you.
And this is why, so long as men maintain free will, there can be no peace.
I killed the last man who spoke as such.
Bold words, boy. But just words.
Then let me go. I'll put words into action. Tell me, Master, why did you not make me like the other assassins? Why allow me to retain my mind?
Who you are and what you do are twined too tight together. To rob you of one would have deprived me of the other. And those Templars had to die. But the truth is, I did try. In my study, when I showed you the treasure. But you are not like the others. You saw through the illusion.
Illusion?
That's all it's ever done. This Templar treasure, this piece of Eden, this word of God. Do you understand now? The Red Sea was never parted. Water never turned to wine. It was not the machinations of Iris that spawned the Trojan War, but this! Illusions! All of them!
What you plan is no less an illusion. To force men to follow you against their will.
Is it any less real than the phantoms the Saracens and Crusaders follow now? Those craven gods who retreat from this world that men might slaughter one another in their names? They live amongst an illusion already. I'm simply giving them another. One that demands less blood.
At least they choose these phantoms.
Or do they? Aside from the occasional convert or heretic?
It isn't right.
Ah, and now logic has left you. In its place, you embrace emotion. I am disappointed.
What's to be done then?
You will not follow me, and I cannot compel you.
And you refuse to give up this evil scheme.
It seems then we are at an impasse.
No, we are at an end.
I will miss you, Altaïr. You were my very best student.
For this stage, Al-Mualim teleports around the Masyaf courtyard. He calls Altaïr blind, saying that it's all he'll ever be. The Master then puts me one hit away from desynchronizing, and the Animus begins to freak out. He makes it deliberately hard to see what's going on around me. My objective is to locate Al-Mualim and get some damage in. Doing so, he'll then teleport to another part of the courtyard. The tricky part is that if I get hit just once, I'll die and have to restart the phase. Peeling back the curtain a bit, I ended up dying a handful of times. I wondered why this part was so finicky and sensitive. Was it a skill issue on my end? Probably. Well, sort of. Essentially, merely countering Al-Mualim simply wouldn't do. I had to inflict damage of my own. Throwing a knife or landing a hit with my sword would do the trick. This would regenerate my health bar as well as bring back total visibility. From there, I'd do more damage to Al-Mualim and the cycle would repeat. Finally, after keeping up with his games, the true Al-Mualim had spawned in at the center of the courtyard. From there, it was simply his blade against mine. I lobbed throwing knives, I countered his attacks, I threw him to the ground. Finally, after severely weakening the Master, I was able to put an end to his life.
Impossible. The student does not defeat the teacher.
الشيء واقع مطلق بل كل ممكن.
So it seems. You have won then. Go and claim your prize.
You held fire in your hand, old man. It should have been destroyed.
Destroy the only thing capable of ending the Crusades and creating true peace? Never.
Then I will.
We'll see about that.
It's finally time for Altaïr to get his hands on the piece of Eden. It's time to destroy it and put an end to temptation. No more unchecked power. As I draw near the apple, it begins to emit light, and it appears to open up.
Destroy it! Destroy it as you said you would.
I can't.
Yes, you can, Altaïr. But you won't.
We've got it.
What the hell was that?
Well?
We've got the map.
How many?
At least half a dozen.
We don't need them all.
We should assume some amount of decay. I can't imagine they'll all still be functioning. At least 2 appear to reside on land masses that no longer exist.
We'll dispatch teams to each site and determine viability. We only need 1, after all.
What about the rest?
Collect them. Let's not leave anything to chance. Last thing we need is some damn survivor making trouble for us in the new world.
And the assassin?
We have what we need. Kill him.
Wait. You know how these things work. I doubt we'll be able to walk right in.
What's your point?
We might need him. His memories. I'd recommend we hold him until we have confirmation that there aren't any surprises waiting for us at the sites.
This is a waste of time.
You said it yourself. We shouldn't leave anything to chance.
Very well. Ensure we have no further need of him, then kill him.
Fine. Stop undermining my authority!
I just saved your ass.
Let's go. We've got a lot of work to do. Don't get too comfortable, Mr. Miles. We'll be back for you soon enough.
What the hell is that?
So, there you have it. Almost 1,000 years ago, the Piece of Eden had revealed to Altaïr where the other pieces were located. There are several of them in the world, and even though the map is technically outdated, Abstergo now has a lead on all of them. It seems as though they were indeed going to kill Desmond. Luckily, Lucy stood up for him and kept him alive for a little while longer. We'll see how long that lasts for though. Interestingly, Desmond is now able to use eagle vision, the same sixth sense that gave his ancestors that extra edge. With it, he sees strange markings all over the lab. Most of it, really all of it, doesn't make much sense. There are obscure drawings and there are random clusters of letters. For the small bits of writing that are actually legible, those are just as hard to understand. Heading into Desmond's room, he gets a good look at the rest of the picture.
Oh my god. It looks like... Is that blood? What the hell were they keeping here before me? And what happened to him? What does it mean, I wonder?
And just like that, thus ends the main story of Assassin's Creed 1. The game certainly ends at a bit of a strange time. What does Altaïr do next with the Piece of Eden? What happens with Desmond and Abstergo? What are all these symbols and who put them there? Well, a lot of that gets answered in Assassin's Creed 2. From here, the plot comes to an end. However, I am able to take control of Desmond once again and wander around the lab. I can look deeper at the drawings on the walls. Along with the symbols and numbers, there are writings in other languages. Now, if you were curious as to what it all means, you could go onto the AC Wiki and see for yourself. However, since it's not something that gets revealed in this game, I don't want to jump the gun and do it in this video. With that being said, we do get a little bit of information on who put it there and why. That's something I'll be going over in just a moment. In case you were wondering about what kind of gameplay can come next, I can jump back into the Animus and replay any of the memory blocks. This helps for retrieving all of the collectibles and prolongs the game's life a bit. Before wrapping up, there's one final thing I wanted to touch on. As you may remember, I can go onto Vidic's computer, but I can't get into it. Well, it turns out there are a few other things that I can interact with around here. For starters, I unfortunately missed my chance to get Warren's passcode, as it apparently had to be pickpocketed from him. However, if I did get it, I'd be able to gain access to his mailing network. There are a lot of emails regarding Desmond, how he's the next test subject for the Animus, labeled Subject 17, and how he's tied to Altaïr. There are also emails from Abstergo's news services. They talk about how Africa is now uninhabited. A disease called the Second Plague wiped out 96% of its population. Now the world powers are figuring out how to divvy up the land. Another email discusses how American refugees are flooding into Mexico. It doesn't say why, but clearly something has the US evacuating the masses. A third headline talks about how Abstergo has been caught poisoning a small town's water supply. It's with a synthetic drug called new fluoride, and while it doesn't say, odds are it was to test mind control, like the Templars of Altaïr's time. Continuing with the natural disasters, in this version of 2012, hurricanes have become extremely deadly and now they can decimate any coastal city, leaving it in ruins. Then there's an email chain discussing the launch of a satellite and how Abstergo is under a specific time crunch. This more than likely has to do with the Piece of Eden, Vidic's last words to his superiors, and world domination. There are also of course the emails regarding Layla and Lucy. Someone by the name of Alan Rickon is telling Warren to get Lucy under control or else she'll have to be silenced. There are many other emails in here. Some detail Abstergo's atrocities, others detail the state of the world, and a few talk about the internal affairs at the company. One of them is rather cryptic. It's from an unknown sender, and whoever wrote it was frantic and panicked. It talks about the Peace of Eden, the massacres, and how it's all tied to Abstergo. Certainly a very intriguing read. However, the most interesting one, in my opinion, is from Lucy. This is the email that sheds light on the writings on Abstergo's walls, how they got there, and who put them there. It goes as follows. Warren, I finished my report on Subject 16. You should take a look when you have some time, as I believe it validates my belief that we need to be treating them with greater care. Failure to do so will only result in further breakdowns. I'll summarize things for now, since I realize you're probably pretty busy. Prolonged exposure to the Animus caused a bleeding effect within Subject 16's genetic structure. The result was a blending of genetic and real-time memory. He became unable to distinguish his own life from those of his ancestors, as witnessed with the incident in his room. I believe this effect is very similar to certain forms of multiple personality and delusional disorders. People who claim to be experiencing past lives or the presence of other minds within their own are quite possibly experiencing a naturally occurring version of this bleeding effect. Though the specific symptoms may vary from subject to subject, the end result is the same. They lose their minds. This is what I believe happened to Subject 16. One of his ancestors seemed to have been involved in an important event in the ancient Far East. The wall writings he left us defy any conventional explanation, though I'm not ready to dismiss them just yet. Per your request, I've asked for a linguist and historian to research them further in case there is some significance. I'll let you know if they come back to us with anything. I'll get you a full copy of the reports so that you can review my findings when you have the time. I know this is not that important to you, Warren, but it would mean a lot to me if you just take a look and think about it. We don't need to push them so hard. We don't need to kill them. From a purely practical perspective, there's no point in destroying the subjects anyway. Once they're dead, their knowledge is lost to us forever, and we both know how dangerous that can be. Thanks for your time, Lucy. Well, there you have it. Pushing Desmond too hard in the Animus would have resulted in the bleeding effect. In fact, you could argue that Desmond using Eagle Vision was the start of the bleeding effect coming into play. Whoever Subject 16 was, they suffered a terrible fate. Before their passing, they left behind all of those symbols, in their own blood mind you, in hopes that one day someone will decipher them. Moving along, finally in Vidic's computer, there's an email chain regarding the password for the conference room computer. The conference room was a previously inaccessible area, up until now. Logging onto Lucy's computer, there are now some new emails to sift through. Mainly, there's the access code for the door to the conference room. Then, there are also some email chains with the assassins. They discuss Abstergo's launch site for the satellite, the aim of the game is international mind control, how to get Desmond, what reinforcements are looking like, and that they're going to be assaulting Abstergo soon. Clearly though, this didn't work, and Abstergo is getting close to reaching their goals. Then finally, accessing the conference room with Vidic's passcode, I would have been able to hop onto the third and final computer. The terminal only contains one email. It's from Alan Rickon, and it details a couple of things. Firstly, it mentions that through the recordings of Subjects 12 to 16, Abstergo has been able to jot down review points regarding other artifacts. While the Peace of Eden is still their #1 goal, a few of the other artifacts have come to light. Apparently, Piece number 2 has already been destroyed during one of Abstergo's failed attempts at launching a satellite. That's why Desmond was needed to locate piece number 3. Another point talks about something called the Philadelphia Project, clearly a spin-off of the Philadelphia experiment. Apparently, a ship holding a Piece of Eden had been sunk. However, it's occasionally able to manifest itself in a quote, future state. The ship appears fully intact for about 18 minutes at a time. While some members of Abstergo want to go forward with extracting the piece, the higher-ups have ultimately deemed it unsafe. Point number 3 talks about the Tunguska incident, a new take on the Tunguska event. It talks about how a Piece of Eden was lost to the assassins. They had assaulted an Abstergo research station, destroyed it, as well as the artifact. Point number 4 talks about the Holy Grail. Unlike the other statements, this one says that they're going to put the search for it on the back burner. That's because of what they've seen from Desmond's memories. Al-Mualim claimed that all religious artifacts and miracles were illusions put on by the Piece of Eden, so why bother hunting for them? Then the 5th and final point talks about the Mitchell-Hedges communicators. It's never explicitly stated what those are, at least in AC1, but there are a handful of them in existence, and they allow each Abstergo branch to safely communicate with one another. As the email signs off, Alan Rickon says, "May the Father of Understanding guide you to success." The Father of Understanding is certainly obscure sounding, but that's also something that comes up in the later games. As you could probably tell, AC1 laid down the groundwork for a plethora of the Assassin's Creed lore. Honestly, I didn't even know about half this stuff until I played through it this time around. While AC1 may not be as rich in gameplay and story as, say, its successors, it sure did an excellent job at hooking players in for the golden age of gaming. I personally really liked Assassin's Creed 1. You can tell that it's limited in certain spaces, and if it came out today, this would have been a game that easily fell under most radars. However, for a 2007 release, Ubisoft was certainly ambitious and they did a lot of things right. They expanded upon the assassin playstyle genre of gaming and delivered it to the masses. They developed a unique universe that was rich in lore and secrets. They created a very interesting and interactive story that still resonates with a lot of players to this day. It's not the perfect game, but for what it is, when it came out, and what it did for the future of gaming, I'd say it's pretty perfect in my eyes. I'd love to know your thoughts on AC1 down below. Thank you for coming along this journey with me, and until next time, keep on adventuring.